Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Data Saturday Sofia. This is the 10th year in a row when we organize data platform events in Bulgaria. And also, this is the 17th event on data platform organized from our team. I'm really glad that we are again here for Data Saturday, and I will be pretty short. Most of you know the history, most of you know why we are here, what is data platform, what will be the subject of this event. I would like mostly to say one big thank you to our partners, and because partners are one of the most important components to organize one event, really, I would like to ask our friends and partners to say some words about companies and why they are here. And first I will invite Ivan from EPAM. Welcome, Ivan.
So, hello everyone. Most of you, maybe you heard about the EPAM, but those of you who didn't. So, a few words about the EPAM. EPAM is one of the leading platform and product service engineering companies. We have more than 40,000 people in 35 countries. And also our goal is to achieve and to resolve some real world problems to our customers. Also, EPAM is a major sponsor to most of the events which are taking place in Bulgaria. And also, we are still growing and have a very cool autumn campaign at the moment. If you join us, you are going to receive one salary bonus when you sign on. And if you have some questions, ideas, you can also check our webpage to check our job offers, or you can always contact me. I'll be in the lobby most of the time, so do not hesitate to contact me. And thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much. Another very important partner is Anthil. So we have Anthil CTO from Ukraine, Anton Vidishov. Welcome, Anton. And it will be great to share some thoughts, some ideas about data platform event. We met each other for the first time 8 years ago in Ukraine, so.
Well, hello everybody. Happy to be here. Thank you, Misha, for the invitation. I am here in Bulgaria for the fourth time, I guess, and 3 of those I am coming to Misha's events. So he's a great host. Happy as every time to be here. So Anthill is like a relatively new company, but we are emerging quickly. There is the office in Sofia, as you might probably know. We are opening Ukrainian location this October. There will also be an office in Plovdiv, and Nikki is joining the team. Hi, Nikki. Yes, so he will be a part of the team as well. Not too much. This is unprepared, so thank you, Misha. I didn't prepare any speech, but I hope you enjoyed the conference. This is going to be awesome, as all the events that this team is organizing. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very glad that company like Adastra support us from many years. This is one of the first companies here in Bulgaria with expertise focused on data platforms. So I will invite our friends from Adastra to share some thoughts about this.
Thank you, Michael. A few words about Adastra. Adastra is an international consulting company focused on data platform and information management overall. We have more than 2,500 consultants around the world with projects, more than 350 projects currently ongoing in overall in most of the continents. We specialize in artificial intelligence, cloud, data, big data, digital business, and anything that is related to information management. As always, it's a pleasure to be here and to support your event. It's always it results in always in a productive environment. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Another interesting and important partner is Coherent Solutions. So I'm really glad that Coherent also supports our event, and welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Very happy and very thankful for being here with you today. Coherent Solutions, I'm part of the company, and it's an American software company. It's with more than 25 years experience on the global market, and here in Bulgaria we are in the past maybe around 3 years. So we are very happy to share this event with you today. We are also expanding and growing our team, and we'll be glad and very happy to speak with you later. And also we have prepared some interesting quizzes and games for you, so please don't hesitate to contact us and to discuss more. Thanks a lot. And
thank you very much. Probably there is no need to present Microsoft. Microsoft, of course, is one of main reasons to organize these events, like technological partner for many years, and most of content is related to Microsoft technologies. So really, I would like to say thanks again to Microsoft. Probably we will have later also some streaming with Microsoft GM, but for now, I would just want to say again, thank you for the great support. And also, probably you know that Maggie Naumova, Leading in Spirit, is one of our main partners. Unfortunately, Maggie is not here in Bulgaria for this event, but I would like to say again, big thank you for the support. And now I'm very glad to invite people from Adatis. I'm joking that it is British invasion in Bulgaria because usually they're very prepared, and it is really interesting to have some events with Adatis. Just because we changed. Technical case. So to run your presentation in presenter mode. Give me 1 second. Probably I will just switch this media for a second. So
everything else at the same time. Technical problems.
Oh, okay. And now we will share. And now it will be possible. When we have streaming and changing in presentation, just because presenter mode is problematic. For okay, finally we will have presentation. Okay.
Hi everybody. Thank you for joining. Yeah, apologies for the delay there. So I'm John, and I'm the director of Adatis Bulgaria. And in case you're wondering who Adatis are, we are a.
We have just not this streaming. Please wait for a while. So try to extend it. Okay, let's duplicate it. Probably it will be simpler.
If I want to click through the slide.
I'm just trying to push it. Okay. Yes. No. Yeah, will be 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Okay, everything is fine. We can continue. And apologize for intervening.
So Microsoft are a data and AI consultancy specializing in delivery of products using the Microsoft BI stack. We've grown from 3 to over 150 employees over the last 15 years, particularly during the COVID period. We've got 5 gold competencies, and because we're niche and we work solely with BI and data, we have a really good working relationship with Microsoft. We have one of the largest teams in the UK that specialize in that area. As such, we get to work on some of their really exciting and interesting projects. We lost a bit of time, so I'm going to go through things quite quickly. But as you can see, we work with a number of clients across a number of different industries, some which are based in Bulgaria, worldwide. We used to work a lot using on-premise technologies. Now, almost all of our solutions are built using modern technologies based around the Azure stack. We've also published authors, so you can see here an example of one of our books around modern data warehousing architectures in Azure. But hopefully from these key pictures, what you can see is that the things that make the data really special are kind of a bit less around the technology, but really it's all about the people. So I'm really pleased to introduce you to Ellie, who is a not really so new head of people in Bulgaria.
Hi everyone, my name is Ellie and I joined the Datas almost a year ago. I'm part of the people team in Bulgaria and UK, and I'm very glad to be here with you today and to actually share more about what the Datas is really about. So our vision is to be the data analytics company most admired for its people and culture and innovation. And we have 9 values that you can see. We are centered around people first culture, but what really makes our culture so special is how our people describe it. So here you can see a really nice picture from us from our recent barbecue event in Vitusha. And these are some of the words that people use to describe our environment. We do offer a career development path and a mentoring scheme program as well, which will allow you to actually progress in your career, work with your colleagues, which will soon be friends as well, and actually have your career in your hands. So if you're wondering what it's actually to be in a datas, to work for a datas, I'm very pleased to actually announce that we have quite a lot of positions live at the moment. And if you have more questions about this, I will be at our stand later on and answer more about the roles. Also, for people who are watching this online, please don't hesitate to contact us, because even if you're not in Sofia at the moment, you can work remotely for us. These are our details, and you can follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter as well, and check our openings in DevBG and JobsBG. I'm also here to actually share a recent picture from our team day, and to emphasize that we do also care about our employees by providing social gatherings and team building events, which are happening 3 times a year. And we also have Christmas party and summer barbecues. Apart from the standard benefits that we offer, we also place emphasis on your learning and development, and we have we can support you with your Microsoft exams and books budget as well. I'm very happy to actually introduce you to Felina as well, who will be presenting today, and will provide you with a bit more information what it's like to work in a datas.
Hi everyone, my name is Felina, and I'm data analytics consultant with Datas. How it all started for me, so I met them at university. There they were guest lecturers in our PI subject, and they had assignment for us for data modeling. So I had the opportunity to communicate with them for over a month, and I was really impressed by the level of the technical expertise they had, and also by the great care they took with each individual. And shortly after that, I saw a job ad and I joined them. Now it's been more than 2 years since I'm with the Datas, and work anniversaries always make me look back and think, am I happy? Did I develop as a professional? And I can confidently say yes. And there are many memorable things throughout the years, but what makes my yes that confident are things like the great mentors I had throughout the years, and also the interesting projects. I've been participating on visiting these events for already 4 years, but this one is a little bit more special to me because I'll be speaker for the first time. So I'm really excited to invite you to my session later during the day around Power BI data flows. I'll share my experience while working with them, and we will look into how we can accelerate data culture by using them. I'm in track 2 from 1 o'clock, and now I will give the words to John to present one of my colleagues.
So we also have one additional session from Liam. That's Liam Doyle. That's in track 3 between 450 and 550, and that's what makes Databricks an effective machine learning tool. Liam is one of our senior consultants at Datis. He'll be broadcasting from the UK. Should be a really interesting talk. So hopefully you can make that. And I should note that there are prizes for all of the people. So there'll be an opportunity to win a prize in each of the talks. There will also be the opportunity to win a prize at our stand. The prizes, which you may have guessed, will be
The
hammocks.
So these are how the hammocks will look like, and it will be great if you come and check our stall later on. As well as that, like, this is how the stand will look like, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the company, about our roles, or about your potential career development in a data.
So yeah, if you haven't met us or you already spoke to us and you'd like to speak to us even more, we'd be gladly to speak to us on our stand.
And yeah, just as a final thing to say, thank you very much, everybody, for attending the event. We're really excited to be here. Thank you to all the organisers and all the effort that's gone into this. We're really happy to be a part of it, and hope to speak to you all later on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks one more time to all our partners, and we are ready to start. We are ready to start with the first track and second track in person, and third and fourth track online. First and second track also will be streamed, and I think that we will have really awesome event. So enjoy the conference and have a lot of fun.
Здравейте! Надявам се да ме чувате и с удоволствие ви казвам добро утро на всички. Чувате ли ме? Добре, чудесно. Добро утро на всички и се радвам да съм пак част от този страхотен ивент, макар и да не успявам да стигна до София. Искам да ви пожелая страхотно събитие, да се възползвате максимално от това, което всеки един от презентаторите ще успее да ви предаде днес, включително и аз. Продължаваме да подкрепяме с каквото можем събитията в България и наистина Inspirit и SQL Master Academy е в пълната си сила в този сезон, както по отношение на обученията, така и по отношение на консултантските ни проекти. Надявам се съвсем скоро да се видим. Със сигурност на следващия ивент ще успея да дойда и да се видим фейс-то-фейс. Иначе днес съм с вас, както и всички сме заедно. Пожелавам ви успешен ивент и дръжте се за SQL Server Azure. Това е моят приятел, който стои тук и с интерес следи SQL Server технологиите. Адски любопитен. Надявам се да ни прави компания по време на моята сесия. Днес ще говоря за дизайн на бази в тези модерни времена. Така че очаквайте лекцията ми, а сега слушайте Иво с нетърпение. Успешен ивент и до скоро!
Да, няма да ти показваме камерата. Ето виждаш се ти отстрани и съответно може да започваме.
Окей. Английски или български?
It's better to be in English.
Okay, well, the topic today is about another point of view on data and actually using Project Bonsai for autonomous systems.
it's extremely rare for me to repeat and to speak on the same topic once again, but that one appeared to be pretty interesting to the people on AI and IoT Summit. So I developed it further in a certain direction, and with our teammate, we made a couple of experiments further. So, autonomous systems are not about the traditional machine learning, they're about machine teaching. Machine teaching is significantly different. Machine teaching is about a non-professional specifying goals and objectives rather than using data, which later on you will train a model based on this. So, I'm Evelyn Andreev, although I'm not the core topic of the presentation, software architect at Interconsult Bulgaria, Microsoft Azure MVP, and also I've been working for multiple European programs as an evaluator of innovative projects. These are our sponsors. You know, they're extremely important when we're on site. This means lunch, coffee, streaming, renting the halls, and of course, this allows the event to be free for attendees. I don't know. I really love seeing even few people in person because the last year and a half we just had one in-person conference, and it's really it's really tough. It's really different when you just speak alone in a room in front of a computer. So we enjoy and welcome the change. The agenda about today is first we're going to introduce evolutionary and genetic algorithms as a way to make constraint optimization, autonomous and automated systems and point out the difference. What is Bonsai project? What you see here is that stuff here. It's the so-called Project One. It's a Microsoft prototyping platform that also includes hardware. And Project Lab allows you to experiment by yourself, practically moving machine learning from bits to icons and experiment with something physical. And then we're going to talk about the basic concepts and make a technical overview of Project Bonsai. So as we mentioned, Project Bonsai is about machine teaching, and the idea is how to find the best solution. I mean, the idea of optimization and control is how to find the best solution for certain parameters within some kind of objective to maximize or minimize something. That video is not video, but animated image is just to illustrate how we could learn a dinosaur to walk using evolutionary algorithms. In evolutionary algorithms, we're using heuristics, Nabokowski heuristica, heuristics to if we have some informed and information and knowledge to look ahead and to use some shortcuts to avoid exhaustive solutions like brute forcing. The pros and cons of using evolutionary algorithms are, first of all, you could solve global problems and you could find multiple best solutions. But the point is they are very susceptible to bad initial configuration, which means if you start with a wrong function, or if you start with bad initial configuration, you will converge to some kind of a local extremum instead of a global extremum. That would be the challenge, the problem of the algorithm. With genetic algorithms, the main assumption is that if you're mating healthier parents, you would have a healthier offspring. So if you could see here, if you consider these are the parents from the mating pool, you're making a crossover, like changing some bits, then making some mutation, like here, to receive the new generation. So every population is the set of current solutions, and each individual is one of the solutions. With zeros and ones, it's more easy to explain and to illustrate, but it's not necessary to be zeros and ones. The fitness function is what you use to evaluate the fitness of the generation. So it is the one which is helping you to converge. So the assumption, as mentioned, is if you're having a fit set of parents, it is more likely to have uh, fit offspring. So you're getting the fittest of the parents, evaluating the offspring, then making some mutations, making other crossovers, etc. As mentioned, the utilization could be random, and here is a place where you could use the heuristics part. I will share with you a solution which we made for one of our customers. Also, hot water. They are quite innovative company in the Nordics. They hold 70% of the market share of water heaters, of even from domestic to, for example, 5 tons industrial water heaters. They are the first to produce inoxidable tank somewhere back in time, etc. They have produced already more than 4 million heaters. Probably they are even close to 5 million now. But it's not about the project. The main idea is we're having heating devices. We're having information for the current state. We're having information about the history. We're having information from a service which is giving us the price per day. And the objective is to perform optimization of the cost. Like I want to use energy when the cost is as low as possible to heat water, and we're predicting the the amount of energy which is going to be used during the day, in order to know how much energy we need to heat. And you're having certain limitations. First, you could not heat the heater 2 times more than it could. You could even not overheat it with more than 5%, for example, because there are certain physical limitations. Then you need to put energy at least equal to the daily consumption, and then you need to make a solution which is scalable. So what we're using here is time series forecasting and genetic algorithms for that. But this is just one of the solutions. The genetic algorithms, you apply them when you need to make a solution which is having front ahead, like 1 day ahead, few hours ahead. With the autonomous systems, you're making the decision now immediately. You're not planning ahead. That is the big difference. So, what autonomous systems are? There are another type of algorithms for performing optimization, but you're going into the physical world using simulations. So it is about highly dynamic physical environments. Uh, there is a loop which starts from sensing with sensors like mimicking a human. An example, it could be a camera, it could be a lidar camera. With the autonomous vehicles, lidar camera leads to point cloud. I don't know whether you have seen this and whether you're familiar, but you receive point cloud when scanning with lidar. It is just points in the 3D space. It could be a microphone, it could be temperature sensor, but sensing of the environment starts from that with sensor information. You're gathering information about the environment. Then you're planning, you're interpreting the sensor information, and you're using a reward function to transform these sensor readings into actionable information. And then you have to act so that you're in proximity of certain goals. So it is a loop which happens all the time. You're sensing, you're planning a solution based on the reward function, then you act. And this happens, let us say, multiple times per second, per minute, depending on your specific task. In order to apply this into the real world, you need to train with millions of simulations. You need to have a good understanding of the real world, which means if something is happening, you need to know at least the core reasons why this is happening. Like, probably 200 years ago, people were not thinking of if there is a flow of air or some kind of a fluid, then the pressure lowers down, and that is the reason why the door is closing. It is not a kind of a ghost doing this. So you need to understand these things in order to capture what is important. And a bad reward function is really something bad. Have you heard of the Cobra effect? Do you know what is it? Even you? Okay, the Cobra effect comes from the British rule in India. The point is, the Brits, where they live, and they they were disturbed with too many cobras in India, so the government decided to give a bounty for killing a cobra and showing a proof, for example, a head. But there were some local entrepreneurs who started breeding cobras, and at some point of time, the British government understood about this and interrupted the program. At the end, people were having cobras that were being bred at home, and they didn't need them anymore. So they released these cobras. So the end of this reward function is we're having more cobras than in the very beginning of the initiative. So a bad reward function could lead you to very bad results at the end. What is the difference between autonomous and automated systems? They sound somewhat close to each other, but the idea is the level of autonomy, first of all, is you start with level 0, which is human is complete control, then assistance with subtasks. Level 2 is occasional human specifies intent. With level 3, you have limited human fallback, full control and human supervises. I would say that Tesla cars are probably here, and full autonomy where human is completely absent. These are the different levels. You could see you still could call this autonomy. Let us say that probably we are currently targeting somewhere here. I mean, at least to us, it's realistic to target somewhere here. Where is the problem with automated systems? They could execute only, no matter how complex a certain script is, automated systems, they have everything coded. Even if it is a long-term maintenance task or some short-term process like cleaning or diagnostics, it is coded in the script. The point with autonomous systems is that a human is describing the objective. Maximize this, minimize that, reach that objective fast. With autonomous systems, when you hit a new case, when you have not, which you have not encountered in the past, then autonomous systems could be a very good solution. So they are better to adapt because they're sensing the environment, they're performing the optimization. So they're very good for dynamic processes or processes where there are too many variables for human operators to understand. Of course, there are disadvantages. Just from common culture, you should know a couple of them. First, autonomous systems need to fight for the consumer acceptance, which means you need to prove me that this solution is valuable and I can have a good outcome for my business out of it. This is the first one. The second is the dependency on technology and infrastructure. I'm having a TPMS sensor on my car. I don't know whether you know what is it, but it's tire pressure monitoring system sensor. It failed, meaning just depleted battery. Usually happens on a 7-year-old car. And then the computer does not know what is happening with the tire. It could not communicate with it. So if you are having some kind of a decision based on that, it would be wrong. So if you're having a broken sensor, if you're having a cable which is interrupted, a broken cable or a broken sensor, then the computer cannot make a good decision, and you end up with an algorithm which doesn't work. So who is responsible for that? And the last thing is the security and responsibility. And you know this kind of decision. If a Tesla car makes a fatal crash, who is responsible for this? Currently, it is human. The human is supervised, so it's not full autonomy where the human is absent. So there are certain challenges, but let us say that our solutions from practical perspective are not going to have such legal limitations. About some history, do you know, can you name, for example, 5, 6 things Microsoft have obtained in the years as software, as for example, MS-DOS. Okay, LinkedIn, Skype, Visio, GitHub, Minecraft as well. And what else? I don't know. Nokia, Nokia Mobile Division. Um, and here is yet another thing. Project Bonsai. Project Bonsai wasn't invented by Microsoft, but they bought it. They acquired it in 2018. You could read the announcement if you follow the link. In 2020, about a year and a half ago, even it's less than a year and a half ago, they made it public, and it's still in preview, which means it's cheap, it is free. You can go check it and use it. It's really fun. Me myself, I don't like. I mean, I don't know why, but I like topics which are learning me something completely new as a way of thinking, solving tasks I wasn't able to solve by now. That is why I like that. I like the topic and thought that it may be useful for someone. Without any intention to insult anyone, I know that a couple of you guys are really extreme professionals in what you're doing, but I lost interest in pure relational databases or Power BI or that type of. I mean, I have an idea what tasks I could solve, and I really need them. But I'm thinking of solving tasks I wasn't able to solve by now. So that is why I like topics like this one. So very quickly, Project Bonsai appeared to be the simplest and richest tool chain for autonomous systems. It covers machine teaching abstraction, which means you may be very fond of machine learning, but everything is completely hidden for you. All the algorithms are working at the back. You have something to do. It's not completely designer. You have to write an Inkling code to describe your intent. Inkling is a conceptual language, something quite different from what you may have seen so far. You have a model generation. You can export this model. You can host it as an API. Everything is automated, but really the focus here is you have to do two main things. Make a simulator, which is doing what you need. And this simulator is guided by the training engine to generate data in the direction in which you're interested. So once again, in contrast to the machine learning, you're not flooding the model with data and allow it to learn. You're doing machine teaching. You're guiding the model how to learn and what data to use so that it learns into the right direction and converges fast. If you're wondering how much does it cost, the platform itself is completely free, and in terms of Azure resources, you need container registry for even a basic tier would be enough for storing the exported brains. Azure Container Instance for running simulations, but only if you're scaling, if you're using managed simulators. We'll talk about this after a couple of slides. Azure Storage for storing simulators, and Azure Monitor for storing logs so that you could see how the learning was working. If you're interested, how to set it up. When I started working on that in somewhere March, April, the templates did not work. But one of the benefits of being an MVP is that you have access to the product groups, so you could establish a communication and you receive some kind of an attention relatively fast. So that was really nice of these guys. They made I branched, I made a fix, but they made a fix for me, so you'll be able to enjoy the fix. The Project Bonsai as a platform, it's free now. One of the ways to create a simulator, you could use a simulator software like AnyLogic or MATLAB. They're very academic, and me personally, I'm having a really steep learning curve there, so that was not my way of doing things. Unfortunately, if you are good at this is very fast way of doing things, but for me, the learning curve is too steep, and I'm not going to this direction. And for Azure resources, you're paying, which means a container registry, one virtual machine, which is set up during setting up the accelerators. IP address, you're paying no more than 20 euro per month. Of course, you could delete the resources after 2 weeks of experimentation. There are 3 supported use cases, but they use the Simulink and AnyLogic. The first one is chemical reactor optimization. The second one is building energy management and factory logistics. This one, building energy management, is very close to intuitive. The point is you're having a system in a building, and based on certain criteria, you're telling it whether to heat or to cool down. Like in the evening it's heating, but during the day you have sun, which is you have light through the windows, and it's heating up. So you even may need to start cooling down at some point of time. So there is a simple solution with the supported use cases for this three. But as I told you, for me personally, using these softwares wasn't my way of doing things. If you're wondering what people are doing with autonomous systems, just in a couple of sentences, for example, it could be used with horizontal drilling, where you're having the case to maximize the rate and volume of drilling, and the limitation is that even you may know something about the rock which you're drilling. There is always a difference in hardness, porosity, permeability of this rock. So they say that they were able to make a solution to optimize the drilling with 20% using autonomous systems. Another one is optimizing wind farm energy output. The challenge here is that you're not optimizing. You're optimizing the production of the whole farm and not windmill by windmill. The reason is that the angle and the air flowing through one windmill could affect other windmills, and you need to optimize for the whole set. Another solution is warehouse optimization. In a warehouse, you're usually loading and unloading, but the point is, if I load here, shall I leave the load here or move it to another place? Because if I leave it here, it will be fast, but the warehouse is going to be clogged after some amount of time because I wouldn't be able to unload more. So it's again some kind of optimization. By the way, I don't have this one is particularly interesting because it's using two models, and I haven't seen such a solution. But I just read some people sharing these use cases. But that one is pretty advanced. So what are the Bonsai components? The first and most important one is the simulator as a data source. It is your data source, which allows you to see what the environment is. You need a realistic environment, and your only way to do this is with the simulator. As we just mentioned, you have AnyLogic, MATLAB. I haven't tried Link by myself. With these two, I just run them, played for probably 1 day each, and following some tutorials. And I even dropped this from the demo. I had this on the previous demo on a previous conference with MATLAB, but it was probably too off topic. But you could, that was my way to create own simulator, and there is a Bonsai API which is installed on the computer, and actually it is a API client, and you have the ability to write a simulator for it in Python, C#, TypeScript, and Java, I think. So you pretty much have all necessary coverage of the main screen. The minimum requirements for your simulator are that you need to have an initial state. This initial state could be random, which is pretty safe, data safe. You need to be able to iterate over time, millions of times actually, and it needs to be able to respond to external actions. Like the simulator is doing something, then we tell him something, stop, change velocity, start again, I don't know, things like this, and it needs to react and change its state. Like if it is water heater and you tell it to stop, it will start cooling down, for example, and will stop consuming energy. What a good simulator is? First of all, a good simulator would need to have a good fidelity. What does it mean? Imagine that you are simulating a car which is going down a slope. If after 10 seconds or so, your simulator is saying that the car is going to have speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and in the real world it's actually 60. This means you're way off, and your simulator isn't very useful. So you're going to have a wrong model at the end. So fidelity is the first important thing. The second thing is visualization. Unfortunately, currently there is no framework for writing your own visualizers. And there is a statement by Microsoft about that one, that they may do this at some point in the future. There is visualization available only for the built-in Cartball and Moab projects. The next thing is well-defined environment state, which means I need to be able to describe this to whom. It's a kind of a digital twin. So you're bringing in information from digital twin and sensors, so that you have a good understanding to build a simulator which is resembling this environment. And then you could run your simulator and check against the digital twin and compare whether you're having a good simulator, which you could use for that particular purpose. Then you need to be able to have discrete actions. The actions mean increase the speed with 5 kilometers or with 1 kilometer. This means discrete, or turn on, turn off. This is discrete, specific actions. And a criteria for failure or success. If you're driving a car and it's crashed, it's a failure, for example. And if you reach the end point, go from here to there, then it is a success. Or if you're trying to balance a pole, if the pole falls down, it's a failure. If you manage to keep it balanced for a certain amount of time, then this is a kind of a success. With the simulators themselves, what is the price of any logic in MATLAB Simulink? The price is roughly 2,000 euro. But there is a free trial available for, I think it was 30 days or 2 weeks, I don't remember. As I mentioned, so there is a steep learning curve, but there are thousands, really thousands of ready samples, especially in the area of thermodynamics or whatever, if you want to make something more advanced. I admit that it is a necessity to some extent, but if you feel pretty comfortable and could describe your simulator with Python, C#, Java, or TypeScript, you could go into this direction. There are two types of custom simulators, managed and unmanaged. Managed means it is deployed in Azure, and the training environment could scale it in terms of tens or hundreds of parallel simulators running. I got a question at some point of time. We have a physical device. Can we use it for simulator, because it's really real? It's really close to the real life. The problem is that with a physical simulator, you could not scale. You could not train that fast because with a physical device, you could not simulate like the default limit is 50 million iterations, and you could not scale the physical device in 30 instances per simulating per second. That's a challenge. The pros of using the code approach is you're in complete control. There is no upfront cost. Of course, the cons is that it's a developer approach where you need to code the existing simulations in the physical world. You need to have a domain knowledge to understand how it works. So this is challenge number one when working with the autonomous systems, making the simulator. There is, of course, a sample. A sample is available in Python. You could just follow in GitHub. The next key component of the training is the training engine. It has architect, instructor, learner, and predictor. The architect is the one which is evaluating the effectiveness of the end result. There are used three types of algorithms, reinforcement learning algorithms. I just know their names. I didn't have to learn about them, but distributed deep Q network, proximal policy optimization, and soft-actor critic. I tried to read about this, but I would say that the good thing of this platform is that I don't need to know more except for understanding the base idea. Then you have the learner, which is initiating it could both the learner is training, but it also could be the influence part when you have the trained system and you want it to respond to a request. So actually, this is the part where you're doing the valuable work. So the valuable work is you're training a model, a brain, and then you're publishing this brain. Then this brain receives a request in terms of web service, and it is giving you the answer what to do. Like you're having a command: increase the speed with the carpool pi is increase the speed ahead with that coefficient, or decrease the speed, or go into the other direction with that coefficient. This is done by the predictor, which is the trained brain, which is stored in prediction mode and available as HTTP API endpoint. The other bonsai components, the brain itself. So with the brain is what you're trying to learn. This is your objective. You want to train the brain so that you're able to do some valuable work. It has multiple versions. It is exportable, which means it's not like a closed system. You train it in Microsoft platform and you're using that and paying for some royalty or whatever. You could train it there, export, and use it in your own Docker container, host it whenever you want. This is the current way things are done, which is, I would say, well, good. New versions are created when you change the training curriculum. Training curriculum is what you describe to say what you want to train. What are the objectives? This is the high-level description of the objectives. And these objectives are described just by intent, like avoid a certain region, reach, go to a target as soon as possible, drive, go to a target as soon as possible, and stay there. Because the difference is with reach, you could go there and then after this you're not interested what is happening. But drive means go there and stay there. Maximize and minimize are to a large extent self-explanatory. The teaching process, you have an assessment of it. It consists of different episodes. Episodes is consists of, so you have training. Training consists of episodes, and episodes consist of multiple iterations, like tens of thousands of iterations. And on each episode, you're having an assessment of how it behaves, how it works. So the simulator itself, this is the concept which you're using for the training. This is the code which you're implementing by yourself. It is having a state, which means the temperature of the room is that, the lighting of the room is that, the volume of the room is that, etc. Then you're having a state transformation, which is an implicit conversion. This is not all the state is interesting to the training process. It is just some subset of the information about the state. So this is the so-called observable state. The observable state is used here in the concept that you are describing what the brain is trying to learn. And these two things, I think that this is the icon for reach. I don't remember exactly. This is each of the types of goals is having a different icon. You describe what you want to achieve. Like I want to achieve minimal cost and minimal temperature deviation. So on very high level, a professional user who is not aware of machine learning or these reinforcement learning algorithms is describing this. And let us say that someone who is understands and has very good domain knowledge about the physics and the interactions is creating the simulator in C# or Python. These are the two things which you need, and of course the Bonsai platform to run this. And the outcome is during the training is the action. So you're having the simulator, you're having the goal here. There is an evaluation where we're near the goal or not. Then we're setting an action like turn the heater on or off. Then we have another simulation here based on that. And the loop closes until you reach a certain threshold of proximity to your objectives. The way everything is described is with the inkling language. That one is a fictitious language spoken by this. I actually spent probably an hour to try to make an image which is describing what these inklings are. So the inklings are something like hybrids between human and squids. So they are speaking very fluent language if you listen to it. By the way, in 2022, there is going to be another version 3 of the Splatoon game by Nintendo. And with this language, you describe how you want to teach the AI. It is a statically typed language. We're not going into a lot of details about it. Just a quick overview. What you have? You have some primitives like numbers. You could describe ranges like this is something is a number from 0 to 6, step 2, which means 0 to 4, 6. This is the way you describe some acceptable values or parameters. You have arrays, structures, user-defined types. The concept is what describes what you want to learn. There are 3 types of concepts: imported, programmed, and learned. Imported could come from ONNX, which stands for Open Neural Network Exchange Format, and also TensorFlow. So you could have the concept trained somewhere else, and you could import it here and use it for the training. So that is one plus. The program concept is not that interesting because the program concept is very close to the automated systems. You're programming by yourselves. The concept is it's called it is pre-coded at the end in a kind of a function. So let us say that this is not going to have a good practical usage. And the learned concept, what we're focusing currently, you describe it by a curriculum, which is defining how the AI should be taught. There are lots of details, like you could have multiple concepts and something which is deciding which concept to use in certain training. So the curriculum is describing how to perform the learning. The learning has certain parameters as defaults, like episode iteration limit is 1,000, total iteration limit is 50 million, no progression iteration limit is 250,000. So you have some parameters which you could use. By the way, there is a new interface which appeared the last 1-2 months, which is to some extent the environment is trying to lead you what to write and where. So the curriculum can be either stopped manually, or it can stop when a certain limit is reached, like total number of iterations, or when it is no longer improving. Like if there is no progress for that many iterations, then the learning will stop. Of course, the curriculum is having a source, which is our simulator. These are the parameters of the learning. And basically, that is it. The goal keyword is the way you describe with the intent. This is the way you say what you want to achieve. So that is the part where the beauty in the whole approach is. As we mentioned previously, and this is my third time to restate this. Unlike machine learning, this is machine teaching. We are specifying objectives. We say the range shall be between x and y, or the range needs to be above something, or the range needs to be below something, or this is a goal sphere is distance from one-dimensional point, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional point. So you could use these objectives: avoid, reach, drive, maximize, or minimize, and such parameters like avoid certain range or drive being in a certain range of a given spot. If you want to optimize, I don't know. I'm thinking of a practical case. If you're if you want to learn someone to throw a ball in a game and you want to minimize the distance from the objective, like this. The bad thing is that you could not see how the definition. I don't know. Can you read at least to some extent that one? It says using goal curriculum, and here is the description. I'm missing part here, and a description of the goal. Avoid fall. We could name it the way we like, or drive a small angle. Math apps state angle in go range above max angle, and max angle is something we have defined as a concept. So it's having some learning curve, but it's not that it's having good tutorials. So ink-link is the thing which we should learn in this case. This is the last slide before the demo, and I hope I will have somewhat 10-15 minutes. And it is about the, not exactly like last slide, there is a takeaway links on the next one. With the simulator keyword. This is the definition of simulator. You're having the type of action, the type of configuration, and this is the return type. So this is the way you are stating the return here in this syntax. It's not like in C sharp or with the return type being in the front. I don't know why this is necessary, and who is the designer of the ink-link language. But yeah, let us say that probably the same thing could have been, the same things could have been described in a much easier way. The ink-link itself does not contain the simulator's code, but it refers to it. You could use external packages, which you deploy in Azure. And what else? Yeah, we know what the simulator is already. So the point is how you're introducing the simulator with the simulator keyword. About the takeaways, there is a very interesting site with Microsoft Innovation Tech Hub with concepts, recent developments in many areas. You could see the latest research in interesting stuff. The Bonsai portal is accessible at review.bons.ai. You could self-register pretty quickly. There is a community forum. Let us say that I wrote there and did not get an answer, so I had to talk to the product group, which was the shortcut for me myself. A link to the accelerators. As mentioned, there are 3 types of accelerators which you could use with Simulink and MATLAB. There is a fixed simulator sample, which there is this is the thread where we discussed the necessary changes, and they already made a couple of. There is end-to-end walkthrough videos of Project Bonsai and AnyLogic in this particular case. And by the way, there are very few resources on the Bonsai so far, and so I would say that it's still not having that popularity which it deserves, and it's really a technology which is very interesting and deserves being known better. The upcoming events, you may know that Mike is arranging all of this, and we are helping him to some extent, but 95% of the work is done by him. JS Talks is, I don't know how it will look like this year, but it is the largest conference on related to JavaScript on the Balkans. And I will sit for 10 minutes or so and change the screen sharing mode. Just to see what we have. Steph, мисля, че сигурно се вижда в момента, така че трябва да активирам. Само че аз не мога да отворя хрома.
Добре, спри да шерваш и го шерни отново.
Добре. Okay. Bierzesz sobie to desktopa, dobra? Thanks. Okay. Starting with this is the Bonsai portal. I will just start from scratch. If you go to the Bonsai portal, these are the two ready-made solutions with which you could start. By clicking on Carpool or Moab, you will create your own. You'll start creating your own frame with that. There are visualizations available only for the Carpool and for Moab. Is it too small? I don't know. I'm trying to zoom a little bit. Is it large enough? This is the information about the workspace. In order to access the workspace, you need to create an access key. So you just go and click new access key and create a new one. And the point with the access key is that it is valid for about 90 days. What you would need, in some cases, you need this tenant, and in other cases, you need that workspace ID. So back to this is the Inkling file. So you could see what information we have. We have Inkling definition of a version. Definition of a constant about this max pole angle is, if you remember, one of the goals which you're having is fall over, which means we don't want to have an angle larger than the max pole angle. Here, obviously, someone knows that angle larger than this would lead to the pole falling. You're having a definition of a simulator state, which is cart position, cart velocity, pole angle, and pole angular velocity. You're having a sim action, which is an integer from -1 to 1, meaning -1 means driving in backwards, and 1 means driving forwards with full power. And anything in the middle is a kind of a variation of the acceleration with which the cart is moving. This is the curriculum which describes what we want to learn. Here we're using an external package, which is the Carpool. We could have some limits, the parameters which we showed on the presentation. And this is the description of the goal, which means fall over and out of range with what was displayed on the presentation. This is the visualization, but as mentioned, only the visualization for these two is available. There is an advanced editor, not advanced, sorry, improved editor, which you could use. You could use here. You could click to add additional concepts. You have some hints on when to use and what to use as a configuration. Like here, and of course the bad thing is that provided that I zoomed, then I don't have that much space on the screen. So this one is giving me sim action. I could decide to add a new sim state, so there is, I would say, pretty, I don't know. For me, I still prefer working directly in the Inkling file. But this one is trying to guide you in some way. Speaking of the custom simulator code, you could go into GitHub, okay, and download the Carpool Pipe simulator. This is the code of the simulator itself. It is not that much, but depending on your particular, you're having an example in Python here. You could have your own implementation in C# or something. You're having some constants, gravity, cart mass, pole mass, etc. And everything below is domain knowledge, physics, anything related to what you need to know or do, so that you could make a good simulator. If you want to run the simulator, I'm having it as a link here in my demo notes. I'm going to run it. Well, this is the if you just go and run a command prompt with Anaconda, what is going to happen after a while is if you see the simulators here on the left, I'm going to run the simulator directly from the Python code, and it's going to register here as a managed simulator. In order to do so, wait a second. No, this is the wrong one. Here it is. I started the simulator. After a while, the simulator will appear here. Now the simulator is registered. After you run it, it is being registered and waiting for commands and interaction from the Bonsai platform. Okay, probably it needs a little bit more time. Here it is. I could debug it. I'm going to add new steps here. Plus. These are steps. We have already gone through the registration. The first one is a starting step. Then we're having different steps on which you could change the action, for example. Then we have a finish step. I'm going to keep that one as a regular step. I'm going to make that one a finish step. And I'm going to start the session. After starting a session, wait a second, not that one, that one. After starting the, okay, it allowed me to zoom. I'm going to interact with it, like performing a step, and I have a response. Then performing a next step, performing the next step, performing the next step, finalizing it, and so you're seeing the interaction with your simulator is also printed out here in the console. This is about the debugging of such. In order to run it in Python, there are things which you should know, and you need to register certain. It took me 3 hours reading the Bonsai API because it didn't run from the very beginning, and I had to register a few environment variables. But it is also possible to. I don't care about that key. In the Python code, you're setting the ID of the workspace. In the very beginning, I showed you from the portal where to get the ID of the workspace and the access key which you register for that one. You could also run it with a Docker container, and again, it's going to be unmanaged simulator. And by unmanaged, I once again emphasize that it means it cannot be scaled the same way as it is scaled with the managed simulator. By the way, I'm going to run a training in the meantime, so that by the way, if I want to make a train, I need to make a change. Otherwise, it will say it's the same curriculum and not allow me to do anything. So I'm going to run a training so that you could see the visualization of the training while I'm showing the other stuff. It needs some time to start working. You need to specify. You could do this by registering environment variables, but you could also send these to the Python code as parameters, which is a more safe approach for me. After a while, we're going to look at the concept graph, which the concept graph is on what we clicked in. Let me show it. This is the concept graph. But after a while, we shall see some visualization here, as well as visualization of the card poll as well, but it needs a few minutes. Let us say that training of that particular model takes about an hour and a half, so we're not going to wait until its end. But it's interesting to see the visualization, how teaching goes through. Each of the models could be exported, which means, let us see this version 1 here. I could go and say export grain, pick a platform. The export needs somewhat 3 to 5 minutes. Then you're exporting it, and it will appear below here. When you open it is giving you deployment instructions like login in Azure, then make a pool, and then run with the Docker. After you run it in Docker, you will have it as an API, which is available for you to run. Let me see. This is Anaconda. Okay. I'm just about to start one.
Okay. Imediatamente.
Will end up in a couple of minutes. And that one. No, it wasn't that one. Yeah. Okay, I lost mine, but yeah. Okay, I have it registered now. In the container list in my Docker desktop, I see it running on port 5000. Then I'll just go on port 5000 and open the Swagger. There is a Swagger documentation for it. I could get information for status, but the most interesting is to get information about the prediction. Not sure whether you have tried Swagger, but this is a kind of a standard which we're using currently for all of our APIs, documenting them and allowing some interactivity with them. I'm having a post request which, okay, -10 should work. If the angular velocity is -10, what is it going to tell me? It's telling me that the command is, the negative means traveling backwards with that kind of coefficient. Imagine that I increase the angle, which means if the pole is like this, if I want it to be straight up, and if I go front, it will fall. But if the angle is larger, it needs to go in the other direction much faster. -20, execute. Okay, this one is not very deep. Okay, the pole angle is not 0. The pole angle is, let us say, 30 degrees. Then it says another command. So that is okay. Sorry, I wasn't aware that it's too small and not visible on the projector. So that is the way it is used. If the visualization here of the training is already in good shape, that would be the last thing to show. But unfortunately, it's still not animating. That's not that nice for the demo. But yeah, that's probably all on the topic. Provided that there is really this presentation could be 2 hours presentation and 2 hours demo to show it in more detail. But as a kind of a summary, I at least hope that you're now being attracted to something new and have a solution for problems you weren't able to solve by now. I don't know. Would you like to ask something?
Can you show the visualization?
Yeah, I'm trying to. You see, it's after you start the training. It needs 5-10 minutes for the first visualization to appear. Let us say that I should have started a little bit earlier. but at some point of time it will appear. It shows the card pool by itself moving with a chart of all of its parameters, which you could see, and you could turn on and off so that you could see on the chart how the velocity changes or the angle changes. The bad thing is that such visualization is available only for the built-in, which is MOAP and that one. But let us say that I will leave the room in place, and for a while I will wait, and you may see it on the laptop. But yeah, it works, but it needs time, and the whole training is hours. And you could see it only when it is training. You could not see the something that I have trained yesterday. So I would be able after some months. Unfortunately. Okay. Thank you for your kindness and attention. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to this session today. And that's a little bit untypical, I would say, for me, but today I choose to talk about modern database design, some patterns, and of course, that should be something of me here, anti-patterns. So today, the working language is English. I'm switching to my session to English. I hope that's okay for you, even though it's our Bulgarian conference. So modern database design, what does it mean, and what are the trends? So I'm of course going to talk about familiar things first. And then I'm going to talk about a little bit more abstract thing, which you will find probably a little bit like out of your Transact SQL or SQL Server focus. But I believe this is something that we have to know nowadays in order to really choose or, like, let's say, perform a good choice of our system architecture. All that, the session is actually constructed by focusing or by sharing, let's say, my experience as a consultant and architect, which I have in many customers already in Bulgaria and around the world, and here in Norway, where I'm currently living. So I believe this will be helpful for you as a sharing experience session. So about me, I choose today the images, the pictures to speak. So I'm running 2 companies now in Spirit, Bulgaria, which turned its 10 year already. That's a data platform, data platform consulting company in Bulgaria, and we're focusing on Microsoft data platform on premises in the cloud with my team there. I am running a second company here in Oslo, in Norway. The company is focused on the same stuff, so we do the same thing, but with a little bit different customers, I believe. And due to that, we managed to gain a lot of experience especially in Azure data platforms, because in Norway we have 2 data centers here, so it's a little bit challenging to be on the edge all the time, but that's very satisfying. So I can share, because of that, I can share a lot of things to you today as well. So you probably know SQL Master Academy as a brand because it runs for more than 10 years already, and we got our trainings focused entirely on data platforms. So we prepare business intelligence developers, SQL database administrators, database developers, and architects in the area of SQL Server and modern data platforms. I'm leading the Bulgarian SQL user group. I'm Microsoft Certified Master and MVP for 11th year already. So, which actually means I love speaking. So, as you may see. So let's start today's session by probably cover a little bit of why I'm going to talk about the modern database world, why I'm going to talk about a modern database at all, and what does modern in the database world means anyway. So I love to be modern. That's probably the first reason, but it's not the only one. So the challenges which are in front of the database now, the database world and the data are way different than, for example, 10 years ago, even probably 6 years ago. So the data volume increases a lot. So we talk now about gigabytes or hundreds of gigabytes, even petabytes of data, which was something we actually didn't even talk about 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, our databases were, let's say, 100, 200 gigs. Now we talk about several hundred of gigabytes, dozens of gigabytes as a size of a regular operational database, let's say. So the data complexity or the complexity of what we try to do in the backend increases a lot because the requirements to the backend increases. So we have to respond to almost real-time analysis. We have to be able to store data. We have to be able to process data. So it's not like those days when you say, okay, you got your report, we accept the request and we will be ready in a month with your report. Those days are over. So nobody will tolerate that, not in the IT department, not in the business departments either. So we have to change. Even though the database backend changes really slow comparing to the other technologies nowadays, but we still have challenges and we have to start that journey. So that's inevitable. Probably the cloud patterns, which are like something we have to align, we have to accept at some point. those cloud patterns force us to think differently about the data and to think differently how we store, how we process data, what is a real time indeed, and how we can process real-time data so that we manage to implement those solutions for, let's say, analyzing customer behavior, or, for example, predicting the maintenance process for based on telemetry data in the IoT solution. So all that stuff and somewhere in the back end. So all that stuff is not outside us as SQL or, let's say, data specialists. This is something which we have to face, and we have to, let's say, change the way we think about the data. Still, we have requirements of 24/7, and it's kind of like, should it be different? When you ask questions like this, you usually get more answers like, well, I don't think that we have to have a different availability than 24/7. It's kind of like out of the box. Well, and of course, that makes things really challenging in the back end. And last but not least, everybody is modern, so we have to be modern as well. We have to respond to cloud, web, mobile data, big data. We have to be able to combine big data with relational. So when the customer or when the business say, I have to know that customer behavior, and I have to be able to analyze all those documents that customer submits in our website. So because I have to be part of the business environment, and I have to be to be able to compete with other businesses. So in that case, you don't actually say, but this is not relational. So I have to try to probably store that in a relational data warehouse first, and then we'll think about that. So what about that? Now, that will not be the answer that they will expect from you. So obviously, we have to be able to do all that stuff in the backend. We have to be able to combine relational with big data. We have to be able to respond to all those trends. And in order to do that, we have to start changing the way we coding in the backend, the way we design our databases, the way we split the data between different databases or between services, which are completely different. So we have to know our data, and we have to know how we are going to process the data in order to respond to the business. And today's session, I'm starting with DB coding first, because, I have to talk about something which is like a specific pattern or anti-pattern before I go to the architecture part. So I'm starting with a very specific things which I keep seeing nowadays when I start assessing the code or do a code reviews, or of course, when I do performance tuning. So those things come from the real world now with the on-premises databases, and we have to change that as soon as possible. So changing those patterns will actually prepare our backend for the new challenges further. So you probably have seen a lot or even developed a cursor like logic in your database, or so-called RBAR. Well, RBAR is unfortunately something that is very difficult to remove from the databases, because usually we try developing the database when we have experience from C# or from, let's say, any other object or object-oriented language. So we are the thinking of developers, the way they think about processing data is iterating through data. And everything in the database which iterates through data has not a good ending. You may think, okay, I'm not using cursors, that's fine. But it's not just about the cursor. It's about row-based access, or let's say row-by-row statements. Those could be terrible word clouds, which actually forces SQL Server to perform a very complex cross joins. Or that could be extremely complex correlated subquery, which for every single row of the outer query actually traverses or gets through the inner table. So that could go to a really bad direction at some point. So that, and if you think about the amount of rows, which of course increase in the database, then you can actually imagine how that will go at some point. So if you now can run a correlated subquery in your testing environment, and that could potentially go like run for like 2 seconds. If you run it in the production environment, then that could run for minutes, even more. So because the data are like bigger, and this is a very good sign, very important sign for you that something should be changed in the code, because you don't test in the development environment, you test with the real data, or you simulate a real data, because the code behaves differently and you will get a different execution plan, and you have to deal with more and more data in the future. So this will not end up good after a while. So it's better to stop using that pattern now instead of like troubleshooting later or building that in the code and trying to troubleshoot later. So what do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to show you just a few things. For example, here is a code which uses a cursor for no reason at all, just because I love cursors, for example. Well, that will not save some problems on my production environment later on if I build that part in the code. But for example, here I'm creating a table. I'm actually declaring a cursor here, or I'm declaring first the columns as variables with the respective corresponding data types. And I'm opening the cursor and I'm declaring it, and I'm fetching all the rows, and I'm inserting all those rows in a different table. So this will go really slow because this is the typical row by organizing row pattern. Comparing to that, I can just perform insert into with a select statement, which is a perfect statement for inserting, or let's say updating, or whatever you do, but a set-based operation in the database instead of iterating through that. And you may say here, yeah, I know that. So that's something which is, let's say, it's common. We have talked about that so many times, but it still happens. And here is something that you may find like a comparison, the total time taken with a cursor and without, with a set-based operation. So you definitely, the cursors, which I love like telling that in my courses, the cursors are for database administrators only. Only DBAs are allowed to use cursors in the code, because they have a very good reason to do so. There is this another demo. If you say, okay, I'm not doing a cursor, so that's not me actually, well, let's talk about the different pattern. Very common actually, which leads to bad decisions, fixing a bad decision result into another bad decision. And that's a chain, a never-ending story, until you realize that, well, I probably have something bad in the very beginning as an architectural decision or a coding decision. So imagine that we have a store procedure which has to perform an update of our employee table. So imagine that we have to start that many times because we have to update all, let's say, millions of rows. Well, I'm not expecting us to have millions of employees, but that could be, let's say, a common scenario for any other stuff like products, like customers, whatever. So if you run that store procedure from an application, then you call the store procedure and you send values which will form a row, which has to be updated by only one run of that store procedure. What about you have to update millions of rows? Then in your application, you have to call that same store procedure in a database millions of times. Is that okay? No, not at all, because that will create a very chatty communication between your application and between the database. So that will run a store procedure for one single row, and instead of performing actually a set-based operation, you are doing a row-by-row operation. So obviously that's not a good practice. I can give you some more examples like this. For example, you have to insert several orders and their order details. Almost all of you know the structure of like sample databases like AdventureWorks, like Northwind, like probably Wide World Importers, whatever. So that's why, that's why I'm using that example. So what if you want to do that in a one single code, in a one single procedure? Then you probably have to like send those variables into like this as a separate parameters, and then you have to build a row, and then you have to potentially insert that row into a table. But what if you have several rows then? Well, that means you have to set a parameter which supports table structure. And I've seen a lot of stuff here, like a creativity in that part, which actually leads to a lot of issues later in the production environment. Like, for example, I've seen XMLs a lot. So the developer transfers XML as a parameter because XML is the native type of in SQL Server. So then in the store procedure, they parse that XML in order to get a table set, and then they use that table set to insert row. No, that's wrong. That's an AT pattern. So we have to think about set-based operation. If you end up in that direction, you have to stop yourself and say, no, I'm not doing that because it's not a set-based operation. It's nothing relational in that XML. Sorry, even though SQL Server supports XML, even though that was a hype 10 years ago, or even more, I don't remember, and I don't care actually, XML is using XML in SQL Server database is completely wrong decision, unless you have to just store it for, let's say, legal purposes. So in that case, instead of like doing row by row and even not realizing that this pattern is wrong, we probably have to think about the different stuff which we have in the database. Like this could be table data type, for example, very common, very useful in this case. So you can create a type as table, which is actually a table variable. Then you define that and pass that into a store procedure as a table. So you load a table into your application, and then you pass that by passing this table set as a parameter in your store procedure. So how about that? This will force you to just use once, to just call the store procedure once instead of multiple times, so that you don't need to use any other stuff, and you use this in the from class because it's a table. And on top of that, it's extremely good optimized in the recent version of SQL Server. So we have deferred compile, and we have really a lot of stuff on that part, which the program engine tries to do in order to really optimize that for you. So those are just a few examples, but if you think about color functions, which you iterate through and you like run that function for every single record by using cross apply, well, that's something that we used to do for a long time. Thanks God they optimized that in the engine. So in SQL Server 2019, you probably can do it. You probably can still do it, but you have to think about it twice. Again, is this a set-based operation, or it's something that I can do better with a set-based operation? So when you tend to do something like this, when you start feeling that the things are going in the wrong direction because they don't actually run quite fast and you consume a lot of resources, then you definitely are in the wrong direction. So we have to stop ourselves at that point before trying to fix something on the wrong decision. We can do better in the store procedures as well. So for example, we can, instead of building one single store procedure for covering dozens of cases and using if, then we can just modularize. We can design that backend access layer by using many store procedures, and every single procedure should have a very simple logic because this is extremely important when you generate execution plans. So in order for a store procedure to have the best possible, or let's say the optimal according to the terms, execution plan, you have to have a simple store procedure, as simple as possible. So you dedicate a store procedure for a small task. You cover that, you keep versioning of the store procedures, and this is actually the way we try to implement the logic in the backend. Well, if I have to start the topic of the large transaction, that could take probably until Sunday, but I will just start this by extremely emphasizing an extremely important stuff here. If you choose to use SQL Server transactions, then that means you have to keep them as short as possible, because when you open a transaction and when you start your first update, then you lock the table or rows, and this lasts until the end of the transaction. So, and it's quite often that I can say a locking and blocking behavior in the systems that I'm assessing, and I can see the pattern where the developers open a large transaction, then they even include a user response during the transaction, like a user have to press a key, but you start an update and then you expect the user to press a key. Well, that's wrong. Why? Because the user can go for a coffee and you actually leave the application in the user's hand. And of course, that's completely wrong. So instead of doing that, we have to try to keep our transactions as short as possible. We have to try to start an update as late as possible, because as I mentioned, once you start an update or delete, or let's say insert, this ends, the locks end until the end of the transaction. So Microsoft, actually, the program group has made a lot of stuff on the recovery process, including the latest changes in the automatic recovery, which makes the recovery extremely fast when you restart SQL Server. And when you restore transactions, or when you recover a database, well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that we just by using the latest version of SQL Server, we will be able to fix all that stuff with a big transaction. No. Size of the transaction should be bounded to help fit into the smaller hardware. So the trends nowadays are like having the database as self-sufficient and as flexible as possible, because this is the way to bring the database into a different architecture, like in a different hardware size, splitting the databases over different instances, splitting several databases over instances, or transferring that database in the cloud. So by using large transactions, very expensive logic like cursor logic, this will be extremely expensive for you when you transfer that in the cloud. What about the some other stuff? Well, recently I had a request for performing a code review before it goes to production, and I was actually shocked, because what I've seen was a trigger with a direct recursion for filling up username of who is making the change. So I was like, really, I was like, oh my God, I'm almost 50 already. So I've seen that 15 years ago. Well, I feel young, but that's not the case. So it's probably not something that we do in any way. So what is the trigger, and what is the result of using the trigger like this? Well, first of all, triggers use TempDB. So the TempDB is a shared database. What about the sharding? What about the, let's say, self-sufficient of a database? What about the flexibility of the database? What about if you have a design which serves many customers and you have one database per customers, and you have to, like, say, fit as many databases in an instance as possible? What about the TempDB then if you use so many triggers? So the triggers are extremely, we have to use triggers with a very special occasions. And probably one of the occasion of using triggers was logging or tracking history of the changes. Because it was a very easy to develop a trigger which will get your answer, your new row, your out of an insert statement, or new row or old row out of the update statement. And you basically have flexibility to load that or to insert that into a different table, so that you can very easily achieve a logging table like this for logging changes. But now we have temporals. Sorry, we have temporals for that. So temporals are in the product since several versions already. So they didn't come in 2019. And the temporals are extremely good way to not only to try to, let's say, get the history. They are faster generally comparing to triggers. They don't use TempDB. They're built in the engine. So it's a feature, it's a functionality that is built in the engine. You have it out of the box, and that doesn't depend on the addition of SQL Server. So you can use temporals for any table. Yes, there are some architectural decisions which you additionally have to choose to make. For example, how I'm cleaning the history, how I'm doing, let's say, synchronizing of the history. But that's another story. So that doesn't mean that you don't have to make those decisions when you use triggers, because you fill another table anyway. So, and the trigger is part of the transaction that you make. So let me show you, if you don't if you're not aware of temporals, then probably it's a time to consider that. We had several of these temporals implemented in one of our customers because they really like that. And we were in 2016 now. So this is something that is in the product, and they use it for, like, saving the history, for saving who is doing, who has made the change, because they can add a column in the table. And on top of that, we have an additional syntax which allows us to, let's say or request the status of the record at a point in time, so that the engine will automatically choose the correct record for us. How we do that? Well, we define the system versioning. We have to build we have to add 2 columns, which have to be data time, and they have some specific in their definition, which is fine. Then we have to specify that the function period for system time will be applied by using those 2 data time columns. Yes, that means you have to add some stuff in your tables or to make them history tables or temporal. But is that a lot for achieving that part? No, I don't think so. And I'm starting with this. I'm altering, I think, okay. So let me start from this because, okay, that's fine. And that means that I don't have this table probably. So I will try. Okay, good. So now we are good to go. Here we go. So now I'm doing that for table employees, and I'm saying this will be the start date and this will be the end date. And I'm adding 2 columns and I'm defining the period of system time. So that's all I need to do. And then I'm switching the versioning on for the table and I'm saying employee history will be my history table. Again, that's it. So now I got it automatically. So I got 2 objects, which I can reference separately, but they are connected, and I have an automatic history of updates and deletes kept into my employee history table. Here we go. So this is my original table, and this is my history table. So if I update, if I perform an update of a record, which has a business entity ID of 5, then you can see that I can query both tables, like employee and employee history. What do I have now? Well, let me see if I have my Zoom. Yeah, here we go. So I have my business entity, number 5, and this is my starting date and ending date. I have my history table. So this is my employee table. This is my current record. This is the version before the update. So I got this and I say, before the update, my customer last name was Erickson. Now her last name is Smith, and the validity of that record is also kept. So here you can add another column. You can say, okay, please add the user ID. And when you perform an update, you can make a default here, like a default constraint, so that you can actually fill in who is performing that modification. So with temporals, you have that. And this feature consumes less amount of resources. On top of that, you have an additional statements here. So you have for system time as off, so that you say, okay, in that time, I would like to see the status of the record, and the engine does or performs that for you. So it checks in both tables and it finds the record and that status as of that time. So that's extremely useful for tracking changes and history records. So you don't need to use the triggers for that. I don't even mention the table data types, but I'm just tempted when I have to talk about anti-patterns, then I'm just tempted to say that as well. What about GUID as primary key? No. So this you probably know already, but again, that's not a good pattern. That was a pattern probably, or a trend, or kind of a hype 15 years ago, when we were like excited about having a GUID and being able to have this globally unique identifier, which will definitely make our database absolutely unique in all over the world. So we are safe to do, let's say, a merge replication. Those days are over. So never ever use a GUID as a primary key. So if you're still tempted to use GUIDs, then it's fine. But the GUIDs never ever should be put as a primary key, or at least the problem is that we build a cluster index on GUIDs. So we end up with extremely high IOs for performing page splits, with extremely fragmented indexes, and with a very bad performance on inserts and on selects. And once you do such a thing, once we decide such a design, once we make such a design, once we make such a decision, it's so difficult to change that. We have to perform workaround. For example, we have to use new sequential ID as a workaround. Seriously? New sequential GUID? What is that animal? So what is a sequential GUID? Is this a GUID or it's not a GUID? So it's a workaround, and it doesn't actually perform in the best possible way. So you still have page splits, you still have fragmentation. Yeah, it's not that high. It's not probably for every single insert that you make in the table, but it's still bad. And there are many systems which I can see even now, and they must be modernized, because that will be you can probably fix that when you have a small amount of data. So, but as I mentioned in the very beginning, and as you know already, the amount of data and the complexity of the queries that we have to perform in order to extract insight out of those data is more and more complex nowadays. So we have to consider, what about that table has 1 million or 2 million of rows, and then how I'm going to deal with that. And the only way to deal with that is to change, to fix that, not to fix, but to change, to rewrite that part. Not mentioning about deprecated data types. Wow, I'm still seeing these text and text image data types, and yeah, they work. Well, yes, they work, but they have been deprecated for years. So it's probably time already to change with the data types which are supported. And as you probably can ask at this point, well, what's the point in rewriting that? And why should I do that if I can just switch my database to a compatibility level, to an older compatibility level? So I'm still able to use text and text image order by one, order by ordinal, or the old join clause typed in the from and commas. Well, you could, but what's the problem? The problem is that, again, the workload in the database goes different. The workload is more intensive. The hardware is different than 10 years ago. The workload is different. The requirements in your database is different, and the amount of data are different. So if you stay in the compatibility level, which is, let's say, 2016, if you migrate to 2019, if you stay in the compatibility level, which is 2012, then you will not be able to get benefits of the performance and the new features which are part of the engine. And if you think about, no, I'm not using those features because I don't need them. No, you do, because those features are part of the engine and the cardinality estimation and the execution plans. So if you have an opportunity to, let's say, optimize your performance by, let's say, 20% and get more workload, like running for the same amount of resources, then it's fine. Well, in the on-premises environment, it's probably not that challenging because you could just end up with something different, like a different ways to utilize the hardware. But if you migrate to the cloud, or if you are forced by the customer that, well, you know, your database should be able to be placed in a different server. So we have to decide how to perform or how to design our server environment. And your database should not depend a lot of like 10 dB or should not consume that much of resources. We are not able to dedicate an instance for you because that's not okay. So even in the companies like banks, which are like using a lot of databases, they are trying to reduce costs, which are really extra costs of licensing, of resources. So they're trying to consolidate the databases. And now we're in the middle of a project like this, and we're like, okay, you got 5 mission critical, or let's say not mission, 5 business critical, not that much of a criticality. 5 application, and you have 5 SQL servers in the backend, really? That's not okay because you pay a lot for, let's say, licenses. You pay a lot as cost for managing that stuff. So we have to think about that, and we have to, let's say, start from all these things and try to fix them. Application layers and the architecture. So getting from the specific stuff to the architectural decisions, what I'm doing right now. So quite often I can see on, let's say, an old school application, which is 2-tier direct DB application. So we have, let's say, a desktop application and a database. Well, that makes the things very chatty. That makes the dependence of the connection to the database are really critical. That makes the database a monolith data store, and very sensitive on every single issue that you may have with hardware or with something else in the database tier. A modern architecture requires us to use at least, like not at least, but like say common 3-tier patterns. So we have to try to decouple the layers. We have to try to rely on request response patterns and to not be so tightly connected to the database, so sensitive in the database. Not mentioning business logic and what we put in the database, what we put in the business logic or in the business application. So when you have to go to the database, you have to do it because you have to work with data. That means the data access layer, organizing store procedure is fine, but not too much. Not everything should be enclosed in store procedure as a logic. So there is definitely a logic in the business layer, and you have to the challenge is to be able to split that so that you can actually define and optimize the layers differently. And that's my favorite. Well, 15 years ago, it was XML, like a hype. So yeah, it's probably something that Microsoft had as a message. Well, we support XML as a native data type in SQL Server. So please do that XML and please see how that works. It's fantastic. Well, as a result of that marketing, there were many applications which were developed by using an XML data type because it was modern. Well, this didn't end up well. So an example. We had a customer and the application they developed several years ago. They relied on XML despite the advices that I gave them. So don't go there because that's not relational. That will not end up good. So they did because they liked the opportunity to use XML with the web services and to use the XML as a unified data type. That was in those days, back in those days. What was the story at the end of the day? So their database grew like from 200 to 1 terabyte in no time because XML consumes a lot of space in the database. XML data types. That was the first issue. Then they actually had a lot of performance issues. Why? Because the shredding of an XML to relational was extremely, and it is extremely slow. So that's not a relational operation. As I said several times to my customers, SQL Server is probably the slowest application server ever because it's not application server. So relying on SQL Server to shred XML and to use it as a relational set at the end of the day is very, very bad decision. So they faced a lot of performance issues. So they actually decided not to shred the database, not to shred the XML, but to use X queries. So X query is a very ugly language in SQL, which allows you to use select, but to query XML directly. Not a good decision either, because you actually try to fix a wrong decision with something which cannot be right. So they decided to do this XML indexing because of course the X query was extremely slow. So they created several indexes. XML index is extremely big. So that they had around 800 gigabytes consumed by XML indexes only. And well, they did that. Well, the storage was, well, not that cheap those days, but still they managed to store that database. And then they actually decided to, they realized that rebuilding of XML indexes, because they had to rebuild an index, right? So rebuilding indexes took a whole night, and it spanned also the business day. And of course, that created another problem for them. So trying to fix the wrong decisions, wrong architectural decisions, when it's actually not a good direction. And I can see, yeah, they actually they finally rewrote the application, they removed the XML stuff, so all that things happened. But after a lot of issues. I can see that this happens with JSON nowadays. And despite SQL Server doesn't have a JSON and doesn't support JSON as a native JSON type, but it's like var character, it's still something which is wrong. So storing JSON in a database, it's in a relational database, and trying to get the character data out of it, it's wrong. So that will never be fast. And by actually trying to work with JSON and storing all that stuff in the database, I get a request for like strange questions like, can I switch the caching off in the buffer pool? What? Why should you do that? Or can we actually switch the entire database to an in-memory, because we are trying to parse or to, let's say, process the JSON with an in-memory OLTP? What? No, we can't. So, and or how many availability replicas we can support? Are we able to support, let's say, 24? What? Why should you do that? So those kind of strange questions, including For example, why do we have in SQL only while loop? Well, thanks God, we don't have many other loops. So that's like something that we at least have to think about. Yeah, we don't have other loops. We don't have a loop. We just have, let's say, a while, and that's more than enough because you don't need it in SQL. So all those questions which you try to like increase the borders of the functionality of SQL Server are a very good signals that something is totally wrong since the very beginning as an architectural decision. So this will not do any good for us. What's the solution then? Well, instead of trying to do that, we have a new trend. We have to think about data differently. In on-premises environment, we try to fit everything in one single database. And you probably remember those days when they say, well, we use Oracle in our company, so that's the only system that we use. But I need to store documents. We use Oracle, that's the only system we use. So we have to find a way to store those documents in Oracle. But that will not end up good now. So name it. It could be SQL, could be whatever. But those days which we try to, let's say, build a monolith application with a single backend and a single database which stores everything, no matter what, are probably also over. So we have to, let's say, try to switch the way of thinking to a so-called new trends with a so-called new trend named polyglot persistence. Well, polyglot persistence is not a new trend generally. Well, yeah, it's a relatively new, but it comes from polyglot programming. So we have polyglot persistence now in the database. What is this? Well, polyglot persistence means we have to try different storage, not to try, to choose different storage technologies based on the different kinds of data and different processing that we may have as a requirement. So, for example, for e-commerce platform, we will have like a shipping cart and session data. We will have completed orders. We will have inventory and item price. We will have customer social graph and customer behavior. The challenge that you may have when you develop such a system is, for example, attract customers, propose like an item, or analyze in real-time customer behavior so that you, let's say, make like a good option for them to buy the next product. Present a relevant product. So, for example, you would like really to present a product that the customer will have a greater chance to buy or a customer will like, so that you have to know what the customer likes, right? And that's a graph. That's the customer social graph that you probably built in. And even though they say in SQL Server, in SQL Server we have a graph feature in SQL Server 2017. Don't go there. Don't even think about that. So it's so slow. It's so ridiculously inappropriate for a production application. So that it will be a very wrong decision. And it's not a relational. Seriously, nothing that is relational will behave well in a relational database. That's the main rule. And if you remember anything out of this session, that's probably the main message that I can give you right now. So we have a graph store. So we have a graph relationship. We have a graph model. So we have to pick a graph store for that. We have our inventory and items price. So we probably have to have a good data consistency. We have to have a fast response time on that. So that makes a relational really good choice. Orders, well, it depends. If we have to, if we have many orders, right, mass amount of orders, then we probably have to store them into a document store. But if we favorize the relational consistency of the data, and we don't have such a mass amount of orders loading to a store, to a data store, then a relational could be better choice. So you can feel that it's not just picking a different data store. It's like trying to understand how we process the data. How do you store the data? How do you process the data? What is the workload, intensity? So all that stuff should guide you. All the answers of those questions should guide you through a good choice, to a best choice of the best data store for your data. So we can choose key value store for keeping shopping cart and session data, because the key value has a rapid access for reads and writes. We don't need the durability there, so that could be a good choice. Again, product catalog, for example. So product catalog, we have, imagine that we have different attributes for every single product, and that's very difficult to model in the relational world, because you will end up with either sparse table with the attribute name as a column, or you will end up with a table which is like a item and attribute, so entity value attribute, entity attribute value pattern. Both are wrong as a relational representation of the product catalog with a flexible schema. So if you have a flexible schema like a product catalog, so you probably have to choose a document database, not a relational one. If you have a case for XML, then that's not relational at all. And you could probably consider not XML, but JSON instead. And you can still use document database, for example. If you have a requirement for, let's say, a fast analysis, then data warehousing, then you can choose a columnar database. Or you can choose Synapse Analytics, for example, because it has a column store, it's a columnar physical structure, but still a relational, which gives you the opportunity to keep the consistency of the relational data. So Azure platform is like a really simple, really good example of polyglot persistency. So we have a lot of choices there. We can choose Cosmos DB for, let's say, everything but SQL, for NoSQL. And we can choose, let's say, blob storage for big amount of data. So this is something that could go really good or well. If we use a web application, then we have a web service, say, and we can build a logic, or we can build a web service which could force our comments or the logic to a corresponding data store. Yes, that brings a little bit more complexity to your solution, but that actually is worthy to consider, because in this case, you will have the best possible data store for the data that you consume. Well, microservices is probably like the next type when it comes to the application design. But how about the database? Well, I've seen a lot of and the program group also shared a lot of cases like this. Just because everybody is doing microservices, I want a microservice too. But I will have one entity, just one table. Microservices has to be kept really independent. They have to be loosely coupled. They have to have their own data store. So how do you comprise that with a database as a backend? If you create a shared database, then we'll probably lose the main purpose of microservices. On the other hand, if you can build a schema so that every microservice uses its own schema. On top of that, with the microservices, you use event management, which generates a lot of JSON, for example, or different type of events which you have to process still in the relational database if you choose relational. So in that case, you probably will ask those questions like, can I use in-memory OLTP for processing JSON files? No, that's not a good story to get into. So on the other hand, polyglot persistency with microservices can work. So we could consider that. But the point is, we have to not be afraid of like splitting data into different types of data stores. And this is the new trend that we have to understand, and we have to grab and make decisions on that part. When it comes to modern database in the cloud, everything that I've told you up until now in this session is valid, and it prepares you for a cloud environment as well. Because in the cloud, you need those small transactions. You need the stateless logic, like fewer cursors, fewer TempDB consumption, less complex queries, retry logic in the database. So you probably will consider sharding, like splitting database in different, like by customer, for example. In that case, you generally consider a workload. And if that workload is independent and you can split that workload, then you can split the database, like in the separate database. But if you have like workload which requires you to join or to perform a cross-database transaction, then this is not a good idea. So we are challenged to see how to split, but at the same time, how to keep the consistency of the data and how to avoid the cross database or even cross server joins and all that stuff. So databases should be as self-sufficient as possible, and we have to try to change the monolith architecture of the past to a more flexible one, so that we get the flexibility of the business, of the hardware, of the IT department, and we are able to consider the cloud as a really good choice because it's a scaling up, so it's scalable, and we can tune the workload. So main takeaways of this session, I hope you will get is, let's say, avoid old school coding practices, all those which are not set-based, all the data which are not relational. We should think twice and, let's say, not consider storing them into a relational store, because we have no relational stores as well. So probably that will be a better choice. Get rid of deprecated features. Compatibility level matters, really. Stay relational for relational when consistency matters, where structure is fixed, and use NoSQL for any other data types and data type processing. And don't go too modern. So microservices with the databases are something that are not, let's say, for every single case. With that, my session ends for today, and I wish you a very successful event. Enjoy the remaining sessions, and good luck with the modern data platform.
Data is a super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution, stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, Създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Тръгнахме ли? Awesome. All right, let's get started. I'm hearing from this headset. Thanks. Is it okay? Anyway, all right. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining the session. I hope you liked the pizza. I did like it. It was hot when I had mine. So, and now I have the pretty tough task to keep you awake at least for an hour. So let's see if the session is going to be interesting. So what I'm going to talk about, it's going to be one of the topics that I've been digging around in the last year or two. And kind of I evolved my understanding when I actually started seeing lakes and data in large organizations. Prior to that, I thought that I had seen big data, complex lakes, and things like that. But it turns out that when I joined my latest company, things are getting, well, scalability changes things. So I want to kind of share all the things that I found in the last year or so, particularly around data lake and spinning up your data lake in the cloud. So let's get started with a quick introduction. So I'm Ivan, Pankta, whatever. So I'm in the data world for the last 15, 16 years, something like that. I've been exclusively working with Microsoft stack for the last 15 years. So I kind of know my way around the data in the Microsoft world. Currently, I'm employed in the World Bank Group as a data platform architect, or, well, as I said in Bulgarian, в общи линии на всяка манджа меродия. So sorry, I can't translate this in English. I can try later on over a beer or something. Yeah, okay. So I'm a Microsoft MVP, certified trainer, and so on and so forth, the boring stuff. And today I will try to do a short introduction to what a data lake actually is. I'll probably start with the pop quiz of what your understanding of data lake is, and then we'll get from there. Where exactly data lake fits in the cloud, and in particular, why is it important to have a data lake, and do you really need a data lake? And finally, the important aspects of how to build a data lake. Because as most of the other things in the IT industry, it's not the technical part that's the difficult one. It's the organizational, the support, the governance, the things that follow after you bring in a certain technology or a concept. So, as I promised, let's start with the pop quiz. So what is your understanding of a data lake? Anyone? And I'll try to repeat the answer so everyone on the web can hear us and can hear the answer. Anyone? Okay, cool. So, bunch of files in the cloud. Yes, but that's also OneDrive, right? Yeah. Do you think you can call OneDrive a data lake? Yeah. It depends. Pretty much. It depends, right? So let's try and answer that question if we have time in an hour after our session. So, okay, so you're either really shy or you're at the right place with the intro session of what the data lake is actually. Well, at least my perspective of it, because in the internet you can find all kinds of definitions, all kinds of perspectives. So again, this is my personal, based on experience, view of what data lake is, should be, and, well, the theory. So before we get started, where this whole data lake thing comes from. So the data warehouse, so how many of you are in the data warehouse business intelligence kind of world or have been? Yeah, okay, so 30%, 40% of the room. So you are 10, so I can really quickly count percentages. So 70s, 80s, last century, Kimball, Inman. So those are the guys that defined the data warehouse concept. And since then, when we talk about data warehouse or data marts, we always think of relational, right? So bunch of rows, columns, strictly defined data types, ETL, ELT, and well, pretty unscalable architecture, let's say, in most of the cases. Now, I know that you might have been building or you might have built a great data warehouse that's scalable across thousands of users and can accept data in less than a day, new data in less than a day. If you have done this, please let me know how. I'd like to have this in my, I don't know, I'd like to know more about it. But generally, when we talk about data marts and data warehouses, it's relational, it's unscalable, it's difficult to manage, difficult to bring new data in. And at the same time, it's fast for users as long as the data is there. Right. So what is this thing, data mart? Data mart is a very strict, focused data set of a particular area in the company, which is, well, primarily supported by a single department, which brings new data in, which understands the data, defines the business rules, potentially defines the data queries that you run on top of this data, and it's relevantly open to data analysts. What are the data silos? So it's the same as a data mart, but much more restricted. It's like I have a data set that I have access to, and I want to build a data mart to it, but I won't share it with anyone else. That's a data silo. And if you have 20 data analysts that they don't really talk to each other, they're building data warehouses, but they're not really data marts, but not really data marts, but data silos. And data silos in the past, they weren't really big of a thing or an issue, right? Because they were difficult to build anyways. Not anyone can get the server or a database and start building a data warehouse on their own. So usually organizations have these departments. They tend to build data warehouse concepts, hub and spoke architectures, or EDW architectures, and you get a data warehouse. So data silos weren't really a thing. What about data lake? Data lake, the first time it's mentioned, it's by the CTO of Pentaho. I'm not sure if you have heard this, but basically he's doing the following metaphor. So the data warehouse is like a bottle of water. It has a specific volume. It's cleansed. It's, I wouldn't say ordered, but it's prepared for you to consume, like the data warehouse. Now let's remove this pre-preparedness or pre-definition of this bottle of water. If you remove the bottle, what you get? You get a lake. So this is the first time that the concept of data lake arises. It's like a tale, I know, but if you dig into that topic, it's kind of an interesting to read it through. However, when we talk about data lake, there are a bunch of things before you even get to a data lake that are important. So the first thing is, well, the data lake consists of puddles. The puddle consists of droplets or drops, just like in nature. So if we try to do this parallel, so what are the droplets? The droplet is the single piece of information that you have for a particular topic. You can imagine this as a row in a table. This is the droplet. Bunch of droplets create puddles. Puddles create lakes. Lakes create oceans. Somewhere here, the swamp comes in. right? And we'll talk about that. So you have the droplet, then bunch of droplets, like if you can see here, we have the order records or the product descriptions. All those are kind of a small puddles. They generate, well, yes, you can think of it as a graph. I'm not going to get into those details, but generally it's a set of data that have certain properties that can explain a certain area or a topic, and it can grow without any limits. So, data puddles, lakes, oceans, what is the difference? Where do we draw the boundaries of each of those things? So the data puddle is the smallest part. The data puddle is, if you think of it, very much alike to a data mart in a relational system. It's a very specific area with a very specific data in it. It needs a lot of attention. It's closed to a certain, let's say, business users or data analysts, and it requires lots of maintenance. So that's why you have a high touch on the left-hand side, the data puddle, and then it's something that you immediately need for a very particular purpose. Analyze the orders drop in the last 3 months. That's it. Now, what is a data pond? When this data puddle or bunch of puddles get combined together and start answering a larger set of questions and provide access to more data to analysts that are also able to kind of discover that data and use it, then that's a data pond. So data puddle and data pond, it's like data mart and data warehouse, somewhere there, if we can draw the line. Now, the data lake, the combination of all those different data ponds that you have. But from data pond to data lake, you have to you have to invest a significant effort, because you have to think about organization, self-service, governance, and security. Up until here, it can be pretty much a single department that uses it, right? No one else uses this data. It's not really useful for anyone else. And it's pretty much a data pond. That's it, isolated. It's not a data silo, right? Because if those analysts start asking questions, they can get to that data. But they can't get to that data natively, automatically. They can't discover it. So this is where you start having we have to push towards data lake and data ocean. When the data pond becomes the data lake and when the data lake becomes the data ocean. Data ocean ultimately have those 4 properties. It's open to everyone in the organization. Everyone in the organization can discover the data without the need of asking around. How many of you have acted at least at some capacity as business analysts or data analysts and trying to figure out what this data is for or where can I find that data? Hence, 20-30%. Remember, so we have only 10 people in the room, so I calculate percentages quickly. Now imagine you have petabytes of data. What do you do? How do you find data? Well, if you have a proper system with proper organization and actually a data lake or a data ocean, the difference between lake and ocean is practically volume and openness. So those 3 things are kind of a data lake. When you introduce the self-service part, you get a data ocean. So what's self-service? You have a place where you can go and find where that data that you need is. How can you find it? What that data means. So imagine the following. Let's switch back to the relational world. Imagine that you have in an organization, you have a database with 100 tables, fairly small database, right? And each of those tables have 100 columns. For a data warehouse world, data mart world, that's kind of a realistic number, right? So how many fields in total you have in this database? A lot. 10,000. Now, 10,000 columns. This is just a single database. Now imagine you have to build reports on top of that. Who, in his right mind, would be able to remember all the fields, their purpose, and their meaning? Nope. So I'll tell you a story after that with one of the customers that I worked in the past over beers. So if now imagine this one database and you're working in a large organization and you have not 100 databases but 1,000 databases. Can you control this? No. Do you know where your data is? No. Do you know how to get to that data? If you are lucky, yes. If you know the right people, yes. But that's like, okay, you have 5% chance of building something meaningful. That's why more than 50% of the data in the cloud right now is dark data. Splunk did this. No, it's not like I did the calculation. I read it somewhere. So Splunk did a couple of years ago. And not investigation, quiz, what's the word? Anyway, yeah, survey amongst different organizations, right in the middle of the big data boom and when everything was big data, and 50% dark data. Can you imagine? 50%. So why do you use that data? Why do you keep it in the cloud? Almost always the answer was we keep it there because someone sometime in future might need it. Cool, but is that a data lake? Is it governed? Most probably not. Self-service, you have some data, but do people know about it? Eventually, if you build something, most of the times, no. And so on and so forth. So let's move forward. Yeah, another perspective of this whole data lake, data ocean, data pond thing. So as I mentioned, data pond and data puddle is tend to be where you have a very specific data mart / data warehouse need, where you have a very controlled amount of people or business analysts that need to work with the data. It's not that large data. It might be huge in volume, but not that much in variety or velocity. And it's kind of a cheaper, faster, and it works a very specific purpose. So in that space, you can freely choose between a data lake or data pond architecture or data warehouse architecture, depending on what you need. Data warehouse, you have sub-second performance. Data lakes, sometimes, not sometimes, but almost always you get you get better performance on large queries over data warehouse, but the small queries like give me this calculation over this period of time for this product group tends to be smaller, because when you're in the cloud, you have to use MPP architectures, you have to scale, it's different architecture, it's different way of working. You can't compare a SQL database with a Databricks in terms of small query performance. So they're kind of both ends of the spectrum. Now, if you move to the data-driven decision-making, where you have self-service, your data analysts are free to discover and use whatever data they have, you have in the organization. And that data is still secure, so you're not compromising security. And the maintenance is not that much with the data, with the IT department. Then you actually have a cloud data lake, not cloud, but data lake or a data ocean. So when this whole thing becomes a swamp? Well, like I mentioned, you start with a good intention, you create a puddle, but then you see how easy, cheap, and native it is to get data in the cloud. It's just basically like copy-paste most of the times. And then all of a sudden, you get petabytes of data with only here and there some useful data sets. So data swamp is when you start building a data lake, but you forget about governance, security, discoverability, self-service. If you don't have this, then you're practically screwed. So what do we do to get there? How do we prevent of not having a swamp? Oh, before that, why the data lake topic is so important and why it's been a buzzword in the probably last decade around cloud architectures. It's because the data lake is the foundation layer for any data that you have. Data lake, if you build it properly, it's cheap. It allows you to store any data anywhere, and it's in all kinds of solutions. It's the core layer. You can't build a modern data warehouse, advanced analytics, or just business intelligence solution without a data lake. You can't. Technically, you can, but if you want to rebuild your solution in a year, then go ahead and lose the data lake part. But the store layer in any of your cloud architectures that deal with analytics and data and data-driven decision-making processes has to have a data lake. So there are just a bunch of examples. So it doesn't really matter how you process that data. As long as it's in the cloud, as long as it's organized, you keep it there. Yeah. The data lake is not only the source for your cloud data sources, it's also the destination of some analytics, like if you have some machine learning and so on and so forth. So it's not like the source, it's also a destination of your analytics workload. Just a bunch of examples. So I hope you understand why data lake is important at this point. Now, how much time do I have? All right, awesome. So just as a summary, why do we need the data lake? Because it's cheap, because it allows you to have whatever volume you need in the cloud. You need, a very important thing. It allows you to have variety. Structured, semi-structured, unstructured data, as long as you keep it and you organize it, it's okay to have it there. Data lake is also important as a future-proofing solution, because today you might be using Databricks to compute all that data. In 10 years, there might be a new product. That data is still there. Whatever compute you decide to plug in, it can still work with that data. 10 years or 15 years ago, if you decide to switch from Microsoft to Oracle, what did you have to do? Yeah, practically start from zero. And almost always, it wasn't really a success. Right now, if you have your store layer fixed and organized, you can do whatever compute you like with whatever tools you have access to or you like, being that high code, being that low code. You might not really like writing Python, so you go ahead and start doing some drag and dropping with, Data Factory, for instance, and which also kind of shows the other benefit of having a data lake, the interfacing part. The data lake is just the store layer, and modern data lakes, particularly in cloud, AWS, Azure, Google, they can interface with pretty much anything. They have RESTful endpoints. They can. They have also particular drivers for optimization that you can natively attach to different tools. So this gives you freedom as well. So what are the steps, the important steps that you need to take when you want to build a data lake? Not a data puddle, not a data pond, a data lake. Up until data pond, things are pretty much as a data warehouse. You have a data set, you have some columns, you have some rows, You have defined how limited amount of data analysts can access this data, and that's it. But now, how from data pond we move to a data lake? First, you have to spin up the infrastructure. That's the easiest part. Then you have to organize the lake. You have to define rules for governance, for logical definition, for metadata even. Then the important part is set it up for self-service. Meaning, whatever you have in your data lake should be discoverable by anyone in the organization. It shouldn't be like you have to go through a 2 weeks training in order to access that particular folder in the data lake and understand what it has, or read a 50 pages document that tells you what the different columns are. And well, the third and fourth point are kind of complementary. So open it to everyone and have it as a self-service. Now, setting up the infrastructure. Let's cover the 3 different scenarios: on-prem, cloud, and then the evolution to a logical data lake. So if you think of it, if you're on-premise, as you can see, the catalog part is always there. Now, you have to have a catalog. You have to know what you have in your data lake. What that product might be is a different story. But logically, you have to have a catalog. So if you're on-prem, you go with a Hadoop data lake, you ingest your different sources to the Hadoop data lake, and you have your users work with the catalog to discover where the data is, and they can, after that, connect and use that particular data. In the cloud, pretty much the same. It's just a different service. But what if you start with the cloud, but you have tons of data that's still on-prem? That's the reality. Data is on-premise. Rarely it's 100% cloud native sources organizations have. Startups, yes, fine. But any organization that is older than 5 years, it has something on-prem that's critical. Probably even younger companies. Anyways, so you have some data that's on-prem. You have some data that's in the cloud. Then what do? Yeah, okay, you have a catalog. You can figure things out. But then you have a Hadoop data lake that's on-prem. You have a cloud data lake that's in the cloud. It's like you have to evolve to a mixed solution. And I can't pronounce this other word. Heterogeneous. Yeah, John was trying to help me, but yeah, this one. So you have to abstract your data lake. So the catalog is a catalog, but where your data sits, it shouldn't really matter. You just start thinking of your data lake being a mix between an on-prem data and cloud data. What are the organizational challenges? So you spin up the architecture. Let's say that you have your Hadoop cluster on-prem. You have your, for the sake of the presentation and because it's a Data Saturday and it's around Microsoft, Azure storage account. You have an Azure storage account in the cloud, and you start building your data lakes in the cloud, and you have your on-prem version with the Hadoop data lake, Hadoop cluster. What are the challenges of organizing the data in both of in the data lake in this case? First, you have to understand the data. Having 100,000 columns and having access to 100,000 columns doesn't give you any benefit. It just gives you volume of things, and potentially, if you are lucky, you can discover some of the data and use it. Most of the projects in those cases start with people asking around, what is that data? Where can I find that data? And half of the analysis phase goes in that part. How many of you have been there? Okay, the same people, because it's the same question that I asked. So the same people answered, which is good. You're consistent. So what's the next part? Because getting the data in the data lake is extremely easy, as I mentioned. It might be as easy as copy paste in a storage explorer, or just simply pushing upload in storage explorer. You have to cleanse your data. You have to fix the errors, remove, let's say, empty values, standardize the data, look for errors when importing, and things like that. And finally, you have to harmonize your data. You can't have the same, let's say, data represented in two different manners, right? Your orders are orders in every single system. Your customers are customers with same attributes in every single system. So we're talking here about master data. We're talking about well, even unifying the column names, having standards for your data, things like that. So you get your data in the cloud. You have your infrastructure. Now, how do you provide access to that data? You can either provide full access to the data set. You can provide partial access. Now, the thing with the data lakes is you don't really have object level security, not just yet. So a key feature in any cloud architecture going forward that uses data lakes is actually ABAC, attributes-based access control. This is the only thing that eventually can help you organize your data without having to create lots of copies. Because you don't have object level security, like you can't say in this particular CSV hide columns 2 and 3 because it's salaries. No, you can't do that. What you can do is get that data and move it to another folder in another pond, removing those two sensitive columns. This is what you currently do. And for the next couple of years, most probably you'll still be doing it. Because ABAC is not something very popular. Databricks is still working on it, or will be working on it, I don't know. You still have, well, Microsoft is not even close to that, not that I know of at least. And then you also have other third-party products, but getting the third-party product to do just ABAC means you have to redesign your entire cloud architecture sometimes. So you have to be careful. The third pattern or the third option is anonymizing your data, right? But that doesn't really work in all cases. So you have to think of those things when you design. You can't just get a bunch of data and push it in the cloud and give access to everyone. In relational, that was relatively easy to hide, to revoke access to a particular column or a table. In in data lakes and data oceans, that's relatively difficult. And you have to know the underlying infrastructure and technology to properly design your security layer. And it almost always is a combination of physical permissions and copy of the data for the different purposes. Most of the times, you will have to organize your data in different layers in your lake. It's like in data warehouses, usually you have a staging database or a staging area, then you have your data warehouse / data mart area. In the staging area, you get the data as raw as possible without any modifications, and then you do the transformations on the fly and push it to your production model. Similarly, in data lakes, you have the concepts, but you have two more stages usually there. So you'll see patterns like bronze, silver, gold layers. In the bronze, you keep the raw data. In the silver, you cleanse it, you harmonize it, you do all those things, and then you publish it in the gold layer, ready for use from the data analysts. You'll see raw, base, curated. You will see landing, gold, work, sensitive. Almost always in the cloud, you will have this portion. And almost always, this will be a separate copy of the data. You must never have sensitive data in your open to the public zones. Well, in this case, that's most of the times the gold layer. This is one of the toughest things in cloud data engineering, figuring out if you have sensitive data and what to do with it. Now, what each of those layers mean? This is just a sample. You can call those different layers anywhere, any way you want. So the sensitive part, the differentiation is not how you do ELT or ETL or how you read from that data or how it is structured. It's the governance that that differentiates the different it's not data points, but the different zones in your data lake. The sensitive part is strictly governed by data stewards that understand the data, have the clearance to read that data and adjust that data. The landing area. This is usually accessible only by data engineers, the ones that bring the data in and they bring it and store it there and don't do anything to modify, transform, or change the structure. It's raw there. Then the two working directories, I would say, the ones that are open for your data analysts, business intelligence users, or your data scientists. With the data scientists, they have to have slightly more freedom than the regular business user. Why? They need to evaluate different things. They need to be able to alter the data. They need to be able to copy multiple times their data. They need to have the flexibility. So usually the data science workloads are in a separate part of your data lake where those data scientists have more control. Minimal governance from IT, like, why did you create this file? What kind of data you have in this file? You don't really care when you are in the data science part. The data scientists, they do care, but they have to have the freedom to do whatever they need. And you only have to make sure that there's no sensitive data, because that might get you in trouble, as always. The gold part. The gold part is accessible for pretty much anyone. If you have a proper data lake, which is self-serviceable and open to your organization, then it means that everyone should be able to go there and read that data. It has heavy governance. Like every single change have to be recorded. You have to know every single column, what information does it contain, what's the quality, and so on and so forth. It has to be trusted. You can't get sales data that you can't trust, right? Because based on this data, people will make decisions, right? And then you have to have lineage and quality. Lineage meaning you have to know where this particular file came from, what kind of data engineering we did on top of it, what exactly does it mean, and does it contain bad data, right? So this is the last two parts. Again, you have to have those zones. How you call them, it's up to you. Now, there's another issue. So remember, all the data in our organization, and we have a data lake. You usually start small with a data lake. And at some point, it's almost always just a copy of your data, right? So I have my on-prem database and I want to have some cloud analysis or machine learning. Let's get some data in the lake. Perfect. I push 100 gigs of data in the lake, and all of a sudden I have my on-prem database still up and running, right? Because no one migrated the entire thing in the cloud. It just took the relevant for that particular use case data. And now I have redundant data, right? So how do we solve this challenge? Okay, I'm seeing you're getting asleep. So any ideas? How do we fix this?
Should we fix it?
Yes, we should.
Why?
Because if you don't, what will or what your data lake will be looking like? You have first redundant data. You pay more. People will not know if that data is relevant or not, right? If I have sales data here and sales data here, which sales data should I use?
You have a
Yes, so that's part of the fix. Good. Then, this is the purpose of the catalog, another purpose of the data catalog. Right. You have to keep your data in the lake. And if you have data that's on-prem, you have to move it in the lake before you can use it. So the idea is 99% of the cases don't hit your on-prem data, hit your data lake data. And this is when we talk about cloud data lakes. If you have accepted the hybrid mode, where you have a cloud lake and on-prem lake, then just make sure you separate those. You don't have sales data here and you don't have cloud app data here, right? But if you start mixing it, you have to introduce a catalog, and you have to make sure that whenever you hit your data, it's over only one of the sources. It makes sense to be the cloud one. That's why. Here. So you have a cloud lake. If someone needs some data on demand, they can get it in the cloud, or a data engineering, or some kind of an automation. There is a use case we have in our organization that is exactly like this. There is a department that owns certain data sets in certain amount of databases on-prem. And whenever they did any analytics, they've built a system where they just define the table and the database, the source, the entire table, and it automatically gets under the hood. There are some pipelines dynamically built, and it gets the data to the cloud. So instead of them hitting both on the cloud data and the on-prem data, they're just hitting the cloud part. So the logical data lake catalog in that case is a solution, the solution, especially if we have mixed approach, on-prem and cloud data. What are the other options? Because, well, there is another option. Instead of having a catalog, you can have a data virtualization layer. So you basically define your queries or views in a layer, and all your users are hitting that layer instead of trying to figure out if it's on-prem or cloud. The thing with that approach is data virtualization is expensive. Almost always it includes copies of the data, and it's very difficult to keep synchronized with the on-prem, because whatever change you have here, you have to do also here. So it requires a lot of governance and maintenance. Whereas if you have the catalog part, it's just metadata, nothing else. This is a table, this is the source, this is the type of things you can do on top of that. That's it. So it basically, it's like, what's it in English? The ultimate, let's say, the ultimate solution, or the ultimate cloud data lake architecture. Having a catalog where people can find their sets, automatic pipelines that provision data that is required from on-prem to the cloud, and users hitting either a virtualization or directly through the compute their data. This is the ultimate solution. Now, there isn't a product on the market that can provide you all functionalities in a single product. Almost always you have to mix things. So for catalog, I don't know, Informatica has data catalog experience. Purview, as of last week, being generally available, or 2 weeks before, I don't know, whatever. It has some data cataloging experience. Prophecy, I think, have something. Talent have something. But those are all third-party products that can only do this, for instance. They can't do the rest of the things. Then you have the data lake, which might be a bunch of technologies. Then you have the ETL or ELT. It might be Databricks. It might be, I don't know, SQL Data Warehouse or Synapse Analytics. It can be Informatica. It can be SSIS. It can be anything. And again, that's a different set of technology. And finally, your if you go with the virtualization layer. If not, you have to have some kind of a compute. And again, the computes in the cloud vary. And almost always you end up using not a single compute, but all of the computes available in a particular provider. For instance, you might end up using Databricks, Synapse Workspace, Logic Apps, Power BI for the entire range of low-code, high-code data access. And that's fine. Don't be scared about it. All right. Well, what to be careful when starting building this kind of a data catalog. Let's assume you don't have a unified data catalog, but you have a data catalog for Oracle databases, data catalog for SQL databases, or a different perspective, data catalog for sales data, data catalog for master data, and a bunch of catalogs. How do those get in sync? They don't, almost always. How do you keep discovering data? Well, again, this becomes a nightmare, right? Because you might have a bunch of catalogs that you don't really know what to find where. So having a single logical data catalog is a crucial thing in any data lake scenario. Again, there are a bunch of products. I don't have a formula or preference. You will have to evaluate this. But if you want to evolve from a data pond to a data lake, you have to have a cataloging solution, or at least a data virtualization if you're not ready for a catalog. So, how much time? 10 more minutes? Awesome. What about implementation? Let's get into details with Azure Data Lake. So if you are in Azure, how do you, or Azure, I don't know, I keep on mixing the pronunciation. So in Azure, you have to use storage accounts. So what is the storage account? Anyone here that doesn't know what the storage account is? Okay, so you all know a storage account, right? Okay, so tell me the 4 different storage services in the storage account, if you all know them. I know. Come on. What are the different storage services that the storage account can offer? There are 4. I'll give you.
Blob storage. Storage is the
Blob.
namespace.
Okay. Then the namespace is not really a provider. It's a blob, table, queue, and file share. Yes. So those are the things you can do with the blob or with the storage account. But if you want to build a data lake, you have to use blob. That's it. You can't build a data lake on top of a queue or a file storage. It just doesn't work. I mean, the purpose of those 2 sub-services is not really have a data lake. So you have to use the blob storage. So on top of the blob storage, you can build a namespace, a file system, a Hadoop file system, or you cannot. So if you build it, you will get a slightly more expensive solution, but you will have POSIX permissions, you have faster performance, and you have consistent operations. Consistency is important here. Imagine that you have to delete 100,000 files, and you submit the command, and for some reason 2 of the files are locked and you can't delete them. Then the rest of the files will be deleted, those last 2 will not. So you can't have, with blob drivers, with blob access, you can't really have proper kind of transactional processing of your files of data in the data lake. Then you have to use the namespaces. What are the key features? So when you build a data lake, another very important thing, it's okay if you have more than 1 storage account to build your data lake. Your data lake is not just a single storage account where you place everything. So on storage account level, you can define things like in which region that storage account is. What is the performance of that storage account? Is it cool or hot? What kind of data replication? Are you going to back it up or not? What kind of redundancy you build? So all those things can define a different storage account usage. So it's okay for different cases, for different lakes or ponds to have different storage accounts, as long as they all have the same governance, monitoring, high availability, and all the other features that we talked about. The catalog and so on, and self-service and so on and so forth. So when do you use blob and when do you use a lake store? The blob is useful for unstructured data, like movies, JPGs, and things like that you don't really access as a single file or read them like CSV files. But if you do computing on top of CSVs or Parquets or JSONs or whatever, then you go with the namespace on top and the faster performance. Security. The security plane is often disregarded, and I realized when I joined the World Bank, and I discovered like 20 or that there are probably 20 or 25 different controls that you can implement on top of your storage accounts. And the default is kind of scary. Like the default open storage account, open to pretty much everyone. Permissions, so RBAC permissions can provide you access to pretty much anyone if you don't really specify the POSIX level permissions. The endpoints are public. So all kinds of, well, not really enterprise grade security kind of thing. If we have time, I'll show you a couple of those controls and what you need or what you must do when you spin up a storage account. But we'll get there. So a sample, let's say DataOcean design, right? So first, let's say you have a data lake for your master data, a data lake for your enterprise data, like corporate kind of data, or things where your, let's say, sales performance or core line of business applications sit. And for instance, applications data, like if you have a data mesh design in your organization, data mesh architecture. Have you heard about data mesh? Oh, okay, so probably I can talk about data mesh some of the next times. So if you have data mesh, you might need a data pond or a data lake specifically for different applications that are not really that governed or maintained by the centralized ETL team, but more of a specific units. And then all those are split on confidentiality. You might decide that you will split them by something else, like confidential data, like, I don't know, super confidential, and then less confidential. Again, a different storage account might be implemented. So all those things you have to consider in advance. Turning on the namespaces, the hierarchical namespace is not something that you can revert. So think about that as well. Security. Oh boy. 3 minutes. I started 5 minutes later, so 8 minutes. Networking plane. No, seriously, let me know when I need to stop. 3 more minutes?
2:29.
229. So many. So networking plane. You have to secure on the networking perspective. So you have a bunch of controls there. First of all, you can secure your account not to be reachable over internet. You can't secure it to be, you can't configure your storage account to be accessible by a certain virtual network or by a certain service only. Like only that particular data factory can access that storage account and nothing else. You can implement private endpoints. Now, the private endpoints get things tricky. I'm not sure if I'll get the example right, but for instance, if you have a service like a data factory without a private endpoint, that can easily write to a storage account that has a private endpoint. But if you have a data factory with a private endpoint that can't really write to a data lake with a private endpoint, unless you kind of configure firewall rules and virtual network access and so on and so forth. Yeah, I oversimplified this example because we had this case and we had a couple of additional components in between, but you can imagine the things that you have to think of. So private endpoints and managed virtual networks is something that you can utilize to secure your network. Then HTTP access, TLS 1.2. You can disable blob public access. You can disable a bunch of other things. You can enable soft deletes. But those are more on the data plane and management plane security. So let's talk about data access. How do we access the data? Now, this is one of the things that are relatively confusing in the beginning when you talk about storage accounts. So when you build a storage account, well, every single service in Azure has its role-based access control. So on top of the resource or the resource group or the entire subscription, you can provide, let's say, a blob data reader permission to someone. And that particular person automatically gets access to the entire data lake. So what if I want to prevent this particular user not to access a particular folder? Well, you can't use RBAC control only. Then you will have to use also POSIX. POSIX is like file-based control. This is the Linux-based read, write, execute kind of thing, delete, and so on and so forth. And you can set those things. But very important thing is RBAC always takes precedence. If you are blob data reader, you can read anything in that data lake, in that storage account, whatever POSIX permissions you have assigned. If you don't have blob data reader owner or contributor, then and only then POSIX permissions or ACLs come in place. Now, limitations. RBAC, you can have 2,000 RBAC assignments on subscription level, not on resource level. So if you have more than 2,000, then you can't assign anymore. Why? I learned this the hard way, by the way. Then I noticed that it's in the documentation as a limitation. The scariest limitation is ACL. In a folder, you can specify a particular user to have a particular permission, but you can have only 32 entries. And 4 of those are by default taken. So if you add user by user, service principal by service principal on folder level, then you're screwed because you can have only 28 users, simplifying it. So a very important thing to do here is AD groups. You utilize AD groups because you can have 28 AD groups then on that folder. Second important thing around ACLs or ACLs. The ACLs are not inherited in storage generation 2. Yay. So if you've been in the Microsoft world or in the IT world long enough, you never thought that setting permissions on a top level folder wouldn't propagate things, right? But with storage Gen 2, this is the case. What do? You can take 2 approaches. Set top level permissions, use Azure Storage Explorer or custom code or PowerShell or whatever to automatically propagate, or do not really count on inheritance, set AD groups for each of the levels, and always take the group that is in the bottom level, participating in the top level. So it's like if I have folder 1 and then folder 2 and then folder 3, I will assign one reader group here, another reader group there, and third reader group here. And this reader group will be member of this and this of this. I will simulate inheritance in that way. And yes, it might be tricky, but it's a one-time setup. And then you only add users here. The trickiest part here is that what if you have folder 50? You have to think how deep you want to have your data lake. A bunch of examples, but you read those in the documentation. I don't want to. Yeah, okay. You can read the resilience part and data copies. The only important thing around backup is you don't have native backup in Azure. So whatever you have in the cloud, if you accidentally delete your storage account, you lose that data. And there are a bunch of things you can do. First, you can and you must always create a lock on deletion. There is a property on the storage account to disable the deletion of the storage account first. Second, you can enable, as of a month ago, soft deletes. So you can restore some things. Third, you can use storage replication, but that's still not a backup. Because if you delete in the primary, that deletion will propagate to the secondary. What you can do is have a data factory or whatever compute, do a constant copy to a different storage account. This is the only backup kind of thing you can do. Now, I heard that there might be something coming along in the next couple of months, but still nothing official. Yeah, no time for demo. Imagine that I showed you the storage account and how you create a storage account and what are the different networking things. And just the takeaways. Well, the physical infrastructure or spinning up your physical infrastructure is the easiest part. The most difficult part is getting it organized and changing the processes. With data lake, almost always you will have to change some of the process in your organization. If you have a master data management or a governance team, you will have to ask them to work with you and to start using this catalog. They will, whenever they discover new data, being that master data or just transactional data, that data has to be there. It has to be described. You have to have metadata for everything that you own. Self-service is a key thing. Having a data lake that only you access is not a data lake. I don't think it's even a data swarm. It's something in the cloud, right? It can be easily a OneDrive, right? Data lake is foundation for any modern cloud architecture. Data mesh, Lambda architectures, enterprise grid, anything that is large enterprise oriented has data lake and data oceans in the core of the infrastructure, of the whole solution. Data lake is a lifetime project, obviously. It's not something that you build for 6 months and then it's up and running and maintained on its own. So just do proper planning and set the expectations right. You will start small and things can get dirty very quickly if you don't think of organization, security, and governance, including the catalog and so on. Yeah, next events. So in a week or so, Global AI Bootcamp, Azure MVP Unplugged, 21st, and Jess Talks in a month or so. So that's it. Again, thanks to the sponsors, and I'd like to thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. I basically ate your break, but I hope it wasn't interesting a bit. Thanks.
Добре. So, okay. Hello, everyone. So today will be, or my session will be for on the topic of dynamic measure selection in Power BI and the multiple ways to implement it depending on the requirement. I'll start with a short presentation of myself. I'm a BI consultant at Adastra. My expertise is focused on Microsoft BI Stack. I'm working with those technologies for the past 5 years. In particularly, I'm a true fan of Power BI. And in the recent year, I've been slightly transitioning into the Azure world. So, yeah, thanks to our sponsors for today's conference. I won't spend a lot of time into presenting. My session will be purely demo based. We'll look through the 3 different types of implementations of dynamic measures. First of it, the first one being with the help of calculated table. Then we'll look through the example of using the calculation groups, and then the cherry pick of the whole session is building dynamic measures based on a remote data set without access to changing the model, the Power BI data set. Okay, so let me just quickly stop presenting this screen so I can switch to my main screen. So here just a second. For some reason. Yeah, okay. So here is our starting file that we're going to be using today. It's a simple report based on the AdventureWorks database. You're most probably familiar with the structure of the model. We have a fact table and a few dimensions. And we've built this single page report with a couple of different slices. And what our scenario is, we would like to be able to change based on a selection of a slicer. We would like to be able to change our measure that is evaluated in the graphs. So currently it's everywhere it is sales amount, and we would like to change this to a dynamic measure selection. The first scenario is to basically create a calculated table. I'm going to be using the tabular editor. In order to speed up the process, I have already created files with all the measures and the code, so I'm going to be using those to paste the code, so I don't write it at the moment. I'll explain it though. So we create a new table. Okay. And for that table, I'll be using this code. The code basically what it does is we are defining two columns, ID and measure selection. The first column is the sequence number. Не мисля. I'll try. Не, от програмата самата не става. Да, но ми трябва тук да работя с тях. Да кажем, че така. Така поне кода да се вижда повече. Така. We are having two columns, the ID and the string of the measures. So we have 5 different type of measures: sales amount, units sold, return, discount amount, and cost amount. The next step would be to insert a slicer here. And in the slicer, I'm gonna say that I want to use this here. Let me just quickly remove this. So we have our slicer, but so far it doesn't do anything in particular. It doesn't affect in any way the report. Now what we need to do is build a measure that is going to do the switching between the measures for the different graphs. This is our measure. And what it does is basically based on the selected value from this slicer, it will change the measure that is used. So now that we have our measure, let's format it. It is formatted as currency right now. Now we need to go through each of the visuals and change our used measure with this one. Okay, now everything goes blank because we have not selected anything. But let's choose sales amount and we have the same report. Now if you want to switch to something else, we can have, now we have a dynamic measure selection. Of course, we can set our headers, our titles of the visuals to be dynamic and display what measure is selected, is used, as it is. But yeah, let's not spend time on this one. This is our first way of implementing this solution. So let me close this one and open the file again. Let's open the next demo file as well. So okay, again we have this starting file, and this time we're gonna achieve the same end result, but with a different approach. We're gonna be using a calculation group for that purpose. In order to create a calculation group, you'd need the tabular editor. So within the tabular editor, you can right click on the tables and say a new calculation group. I'm gonna call myself my measure selection. And then I need to add some calculation items. My calculation items would be 5 as as many as my measures that I want to switch through are. And so sales amount. And again, I'm gonna add also another instance of the tabular editor, so that I can copy over my already written sorry, not this one. So this is my end result file, and this is my starting file. This is the calculation group, and I'm gonna say cost amount then discount amount. Actually, a nice feature of this approach is that you can copy one object from here and paste it here. For some reason it doesn't work right now. Discount amount. Return amount is the next one. Sales amount we already have. And unit sold is the last one. Now, one other thing that we need to set here is the different way of formatting for the different calculation items. So here I'm going to say that I want to calculate it as display it as decimal number, while for all the rest I want to display them as currencies. Okay. Now that I have my calculation items ready, I can save these changes to my file, click refresh, and I have them here. So now what I need to do is to add a new measure here. Just go to selected measure and then change this here, here, okay. Everything goes blank because we don't have anything selected right now. Let me add the slicer by using this name field from the measure selection. Okay, go. Again, I'm creating this slicer. And placing it here. When I click on cost amount, everything goes, displays the cost amount. When I click unit sold, everything displays unit sold. Now, what is the difference between the first one and the second one? The second one, as you saw, I set different format strings for the different calculation items, meaning that when I change units sold, you'll notice that everything is in decimals. I can even make it in integers because it's always a whole number. But when I select a sales amount, something, yeah, I have not selected a measure for sales amount, that's right. Yeah, when I select the sales amount, everything is now formatted as dollars, as well for the rest. And if I go back to units sold, now we don't have formatting with currency. Now this this cannot be achieved with the calculated table approach. This can be achieved through calculation groups. The minus of this, the con of this of using this approach is that when you select a calculation item from this slicer, it applies to everything that is calculated on this page, which, as you saw, converted my overview by header, which is a function, to a number. So even though I don't use any calculation here, it's just a text. It converts it to a number, to the result of the measure. So we need to be careful if we have objects that we don't want to calculate, but they are calculated fields. They are using measures. Okay, these are the first two ways to achieve that purpose, and there is a third one. Imagine that you have a scenario where you have a remote data set, and that data, you can't have control over that data set. You can't add calculated tables. You probably know when you connect to a data set already uploaded on the service, you can't do anything rather than create measures. So how are you going to achieve that requirement without being able to change the model? There is a way. It's a lot of abusing over Power BI, I would say, but the final it does the job. Let me quickly close this and this and open the starting file again. Close this one as I don't need it anymore. And I will open this data set. Okay, so now I have this report again, but I will open also a blank file, a blank new file, because this has already data in it, and I can't connect it to a remote data set. I'll say Power BI dataset. I already have published a dataset which is the same as as the one in my starting file, and I'll select everything from here and paste it here. So I don't need this starting file anymore. Okay. Now I have the same report, but this time it is connected to a remote dataset. So I can't create calculation groups. I can't create calculated tables. So what do I do? First of all, I'll need to import one custom visual called Chiclet Slicer. Okay, here it is, my Chiclet Slicer imported. And then I will just give me a second. So I'll use my store table and the store manager field for this slicer. This is how it looks initially. I'm gonna change this to one column, and then I have 5 measures, so I need to leave only the first 5 values out of the store manager account field. And here is how they look. One more setting that I'm gonna change. I need to check from here how much exactly it was. Text size 10, height 40. This is what I need. So chiclets, height 40. Okay, so this is my slicer, and now you're probably wondering why he's using a field from the store table. to filter by measure. The next thing I'm gonna do is create a measure which is called select measure, and all it does is basically the same thing that we did for the first approach based on the selected value, but this time we used this column store manager equals to the values that I selected. We're going to be calculating the sales amount and respectively the other measures, but we need to use this all store manager filter changer, because when you select a filter from here, this table store has a direct relationship to our fact table. So you will filter your values by the selected store manager, and we don't want to do this. We just want to have a selected value, just one single selected value for the report. But we don't want to filter our graphs. So we are creating this measure, and then we're going to create one more measure, which is selected measure header, and this one is returning the names of the measures that we are selecting, again based on these IDs. So the next step is to add a card visual. I'm not switching this to a card visual, adding a new one. And we're gonna use for that card visual the header field. We're gonna remove the category, and then we're gonna say we want to use more text, maybe 18. And then we're placing the slicer just below the cart. Yep. Okay. The next step is to create, to add two shapes, which are chevrons, but we're gonna filter, format them to be red, and then we want them to be rotated on 27. This one is on 2070, and then we want one more, which is going to be rotated on 90 degrees so that it points downwards. We want them to be exactly this one, and create it again and just rotate it. So now we have these two chevrons. First, we're going to position it here, and this one on top of the first one. So now we need to play around a bit. Also, we'll need to insert for the chiclet slicer. We need to say we want the chiclets to have white outline color to be white. Text color is what we need to be white. Okay, and now what we need to do is on top of this slicer we want to add 5 cards. Not converting this to card, but adding a card, and add our and we want to say this is 9, and we want to add also the field from store, the store manager field, into the filters for this visual. So 14, and it displays sales amount. We make it as small as we can. Then change this to the next one. And then we have 2 more. And then we have the last one. Okay, so we have these 5 different cards, but what we need to do first is to turn off the cross filtering for them. For that purpose, we go to Format, Edit Interactions, and then we want to switch off the format of this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, so our first ID 14 is sales amount. We place it here in the center. Then we have unit sold. Then we have return amount. And then we have discount amount. And then the last one is cost amount. Okay, and now we need to open the selection pane and group them together with the chiclet slicer in a group. Then we want to check which. So this is chevron down, and this is chevron up. Again, one over the other, and together with this one which I'm gonna call slicer header. And the group, we group them. This is slicer. Now, what we want to do is first to create two bookmarks. The first bookmark would be with shown slicer options. So, and only one of the chevrons shown, and this is going to be the chevron up. So we're going to hide chevron down, and this is our first bookmark. We're going to call it slicer hide slicer, and then we want to have we want to hide the chevron down and the whole slicer, and then the action here will be show slicer. Okay, so our next thing to do is to go to the chevron down and say action, change this to bookmark and say show slicer. Of course, we need to turn off the data here because we don't want to remember our data points, just the formatting. And so now by pressing this one, wait a second, this is okay. Rotate. And this is also. So now when I press this button, close this so it goes larger. Now when I press this button, it will something so pressing this button, chevron down. Is I have not activated here. Bookmark, and then this is show swipe height. Show slicer. This is height slicer, and show slicer is the other one. Let me check if now. Yeah, so now it works. When we press this button, it will show up, and when we press it again, it will hide. Chevron up. Height. Okay. So now when we press this one, and we change to our sales measure. I'm not gonna change this. Just want to show you. Yeah. So now we have units sold, return amount. For some reason, it's not working. Yeah. So this, when you set up, we have run out of time. So, but when you set up this, when you match these buttons to the particular slicer, you can basically select based on these buttons. We can select and your values will change without affecting. Let me show you here on my already done file. So we have this. It's showing, and then we can change the sales amount, units sold, return amount, and the rest as well. It is the headers are disappearing here because we're in desktop. The layouts are not followed exactly, but when you publish this to the service, it works without hiding the header here. Okay, so these are the three approaches that we can use. Of course, there might be some others, but these are the three approaches that I use depending on my case scenario. Thank you, and yeah, thank you for coming to the conference.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is a super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value repetitive tasks. we provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Hi everyone, my name is Denis. Welcome to the not SQL Saturday, but Data Saturday Sofia. I am very glad that we are returning to the offline format. That's inspired me very much. And today, my session will be why my query is slow and how to fix it. My name is Denis. I work as a data architect in company Intap. Also, I'm holding Microsoft MVP status from 2010. Here are my contacts to contact me after the session. And let's start. That's our sponsors who made this event possible. And the agenda for today. We will talk about query execution time, about the slow queries, and the optimization options, how we can do this. And optimization started from the defining the root cause. I divided to several classes. First class is first level root cause, second level root cause, we will talk about that. And only after that, when we dig enough to understand why the query is slow, we are going to optimize the query, server resources, application, and so on. So, query execution time, also called duration or elapsed time. These are the names you can see in SQL Server inside in some views, in the traces. And this execution time duration can be divided into two big parts. First one is CPU time, when the query is actually executing. And second one is wait time, when the query is waiting for some resources. And this is what I call first level root cause. We need to find out why our query is slow, because it's running for a while, or because it's waiting for something. And depends on what we will find, we will go to this part or to this part to make this query faster. Okay, this is the first level root cause, second level root cause. Each of these categories can be divided into several parts. As for the weights, there are tons of weights. That can be blocking, that can be thread pool, resource semaphore, and others. So we need to find which weight gives more to the execution time and concentrate on that big weights first. CPU time also can be divided into two parts. First part is query compilation, second part is query execution. Usually this is the biggest parts, but anyway, we need to understand full picture, we need to see full picture to go deeper and to optimize the queries. Okay, before we start query optimization and finding these root causes, I would like to talk a bit about CPU usage in SQL Server and how SQL Server executes queries. So in SQL Server we have thread pool. For each query need to get a thread from this thread pool. When we connect to SQL Server creates several objects which you can find into the system views, DMVs. First one, connection, then session created. Each of these objects has own properties where you can find who is connecting, which IP address, how long this session is running, how many queries in that session was running. Each session has single 0 or 1 request, and each request can have one or several tasks. If the query is single-threaded, it will be one task. If query is multi-threaded, there will be several tasks. Okay, and for each task, SQL Server gives a thread from the thread pool. This thread usually called worker. The worker can be in three states: running, suspended, and runnable. Running means that query gets all the resources and the CPU and executing right now. Suspended means that query is waiting for some resource, for getting the log, for a memory grant, for taking data from disk to memory, and so on. Time spent in the suspend queue is the wait time for the query. And third one is runnable. This state means that query got all the resources, but still waiting for the free CPU core to start executing. Okay, for each logical CPU on SQL Server, there is an abstraction, the object called scheduler, which is doing all this job and giving the time for the queries, CPU time for the queries. In SQL Server and in a lot of other databases, this principle called cooperative multitasking. So we have the queue of queries, and we have some schedulers, some CPUs. And free CPU is taking the first query from queue and starts executing. And so on and so on. When query finished, CPU became free and can take another query from the queue. This is how it's working. If query is not finished in 4 milliseconds, for SQL Server, this is the time quantum. If query did not finish in 4 milliseconds, SQL Server put it to the end of the runnable queue and continue processing the queue from the beginning. So a single query can come back and forth several times during the execution. And this continues again when CPU is free. It takes the query from the queue and starts executing. This is how it works. Now we will go to the first demo, which is called high CPU, high duration. Okay. And we have some query like this. We use database Stack Overflow and get some data from table users with filtering by location. We are getting the people who live in Ukraine. By the way, I didn't mention I came from Ukraine. Okay, let's run the query and check what's wrong with it. Let me generate query plan as well. So for each query execution, I set this in Management Studio, but that can be set on the query level. I set several options to track execution time and I/O in Management Studio. This is very good. These are very good options to troubleshoot the query performance. Now in messages time, I have these statistics. Table users, single scan, 80,000 rows, 80,000 pages read. And these take about 1.7 seconds to execute. So in this case, CPU time is almost equal to the duration, which means this query is spending all its time in execution state. So we need to concentrate on the query itself and try to optimize it. Now we get the first level root cause and second level root cause. Now we can do some optimization. Let's check the query plan. So it doesn't look very good, yes? It just scanned the clustered index for users table. So what we can do here? Okay, we have some predicate. We don't have index on the location field. So let me create it. This is my users table. We are filtering by location. Oops. I have to drop this. Okay, these are my indexes. Let me create an index by location. Okay. Index will be created soon. Let's try if it helps the query execution. What do you think? Will it help or not? Or not so much? No. Okay. Well, it can help, but in this case, the query plan is still the same. The execution time is still the same. So this table, we know that this table contains about 30 million rows, and we are selecting just 5,000. Maybe it makes sense to force SQL Server to use this index. Yes. Let's try if this optimization will help. Yeah. Not all optimization I show in right now are very good. Yeah, but we will follow this path to check all possible ways to optimize. Let me try to force SQL Server to use this index. Here we go. I will run it twice to avoid waits. Now this query executes in 1.4 seconds, which is pretty good optimization. Yeah. In the query plan, we see that SQL Server started to use our index by location, but this index does not contain all the fields we are requesting in the query. That is why we are doing lookups. And these lookups are done with nested loops. If we will check these statistics, we will see that, where is this? Here we go. Number of execution is 5,000. So for each record in the index, which was found in index by location, it look up clustered index to get all these rows back. And SQL Server is searching for these fields, reputation and creation date. So in this case, the most easy option will be adding this index to the included fields. We will add these fields to the non-clustered index. Include. Creation date. Creation. Okay. Let's try our query now. Well, it doesn't help a lot, yeah? We have almost same time, but you see logical reads right now is 11,000 instead of 80,000, yeah? In previous case, I did not mention this, but it was about 20,000. So we are improving our query a bit again. Right now we have index scan for our newly created index by location. And probably now we don't need this hint anymore, we can remove it. The plan will still the same, because now our index by location contains all required fields, and SQL Server is wise enough to choose it for this query. Now, what we can do next? Can we do something with this predicate? Well, probably we can check the collation of the field. It's case insensitive, so lower doesn't make any sense here, and we can remove it. But if it will be binary collation, this will make sense, because binary search will be the fastest one. So let's try now. Almost the same. Elapsed time is a bit smaller, but query plan is still the same. We do the index scan. Okay. What this? Get date. What is the type of function get date? Probably this is color function. It's just returning some value based on the parameter we pass over there. And in SQL Server, probably you heard this many times, that scalar functions are not very good, yeah, and they give bad performance because of several things. And right now we do this index scan. You see the number of rows red, 3 million rows, and we are doing this with a single thread, because this function, scalar function, prohibits SQL Server from using parallelism. In the query plan, you will see something like this, that query plan can't be generated because SQL Server could not generate the valid query plan. We can try to avoid this function if the condition of the function allows us to do this. Let's check what we have inside that function getDate. It looks like this. It's just taken year, month, and day from the date time and give us date without time. Okay. What we can do here, we can use system function like cast and try to cast this date as date. This will also cut the time part of the date time, but what's most important in this case, it will allow SQL Server to use parallelism. And now these 3 million records will be scanned in parallel. Let's check this. You see query plan became parallel, and the execution time cut down to 400 milliseconds. But at the same time, CPU time grows a bit. Now it's 1.7 seconds. So we're winning in execution time, but we're losing in CPU time. We'll talk more about this case later, but now let's think about one more possible optimization. You see here we are looking for location like Ukraine, where Ukraine exists in the location field. Yes? When we will check the results, you will see that Ukraine is usually at the end of the line. So our predicate can be modified. Well, in this particular case, I have some records in the database where Ukraine is in the beginning. Yeah. So if this will be a real case, I will need to do some data cleansing or normalization to have same format. But anyway, let's imagine that we have same format, and I can change my predicate to something like this. Yes. This is not giving us much performance right now. Oh, what is this? Oh, sorry. I apologize. We have Ukraine at the end of the line. Yeah. So predicate will be like this. And well, we win something, but not very much again. But this predicate gave us very good option for optimization. If we can cut down the wildcard in the beginning or wildcard at the end it will be very good from the beginning, yes, because it will use the index by location. If the wildcard in the beginning of the sentence, we will need to do some modifications. So let me add some column to my table. In this column, I'm reverting the location field. Oops. Now we have new one, and this field can be indexed right now. So I will create another index, which will be called location reversed. And now I need to modify my query to use that index. So first of all, I will be searching by location reversed. And now I need to invert my predicate as well to allow wildcard to be at the end. So I can do this in application, maybe. In SQL Server, I can use the same approach. Here we go. Let's try if this will be faster. Messages. Well, it's not so good again. We have the same performance. What's wrong with this query? What part I was missing? So we changed the predicate to use our newly created index by location reversed. We created index by location reversed, which includes reputation and creation date. ID includes implicitly in the non-clustered index as a clustered index key. But what about this? Is this field location exists in that newly created index?
So it does
No. Yes, that's correct. So in this case, I can remove location from the query, or I can do something like
or you can add it to the index.
I can add it to the index. Yes, that's another solution. Or I can use reverse again. Yes. So there are a lot of possible options, When we find the root cause, this is also the main idea of this session, that when you dig enough to find the real root cause, you have a lot of solutions to it. Yeah. Right now we have discussed 3 of them. Yes. And now this query should be as fast as a hell. Yeah. 31 milliseconds execution time and 161 milliseconds duration. So, and 38 logical reads. At this point, probably we can finish with this query and go to another one. Okay. What we have next? Next we have next demo, high CPU, high duration 2. So this will be also interesting. And in first case, in that first demo which we checked, we saw that duration was equal to CPU and both of them were high. That means that query spending all its time in execution state. Next case, high CPU, high duration. Here we will go okay. Where is my query? It should be over here. Okay. So there is some query. I'm running it and it's running for 3 seconds. But when I check the statistics in the messages, I see a bit different picture. Execution time is pretty small, 200 milliseconds. But I clearly see that my query is executing for 4 seconds. This is the next case when CPU can be high. In this case, SQL Server is spending time not in the execution state, but on this parse and compile state, to parse that big query text and build the query plan. So, this is pretty simple case, you see. The query is quite big. Yeah. And also this is very, you wonder how this query can be generated. Entity Framework can generate this query very easily. When you select some data into the application, in the list, and then use the data, which is already an application level, in a query. Yes. So the solution can be combine that query source, which gave us all these IDs, combine it with the final query to execute it at once, to not do this big text passing to the SQL Server side. Second one, maybe this query will not have so many IDs, but the query text will be pretty big. In that case, you need to simplify that query. Try to avoid some parts to make text smaller, the query smaller, more simple. This will reduce compilation time. So in this area, when we have high parse and compile time, we should not concentrate on the query logic itself. We should not try to optimize the query. We should simplify it in terms to take less characters, less tables, less predicates, less constructions inside. In this case, if we are doing this, we are optimizing parsing and compiling time. Okay. Now we finished with the high query, high CPU, high duration. There can be 2 situations. First, CPU is spending on the compilation time. Second, CPU is spending on execution. Now we're coming to the second part of our diagram. We checked the left part, now we're coming to the right part, to the weights. So SQL Server inside it's good to visualize this concept in queues. So SQL Server has 2 queues, runnable and suspended queue. And when we are running some query, like select stuff from users where name starts from K, SQL Server puts shared lock on that row, gets CPU time and starts executing. Then second query came and put exclusive lock on the next row and trying to update the data. And this query can't do this because there is already shared lock on that row So SQL Server see this situation, this conflict on this row, and not allow second query to use exclusive lock. SQL Server put this query to the suspended queue, and it will be there waiting while first query will finish its execution and release that shared lock. When this happens, SQL Server put the query in the runnable queue, and now this query gets all the resources, it puts shared lock on the row, and waiting for the free scheduler to start execution. When it happens, query is executing, data modified, and lock released. So this is life cycle of the wait slow. The time spent in suspended queue tracks as a wait time. Time spent in the runnable queue tracks as a wait time, but a subcategory of wait which is called signal wait. So you can see either wait type, which will include both queues, or you can see signal wait time in the internal SQL Server views. So signal wait time means this, resource wait time means this. Wait time usually means everything. Okay, next common type of wait, page IO latch. When we're selecting data from SQL Server, data is taken from the buffer pool, from the memory. And if some page is not in the memory, SQL Server is taking this page from the disk. So it took much more time than reading data from memory. So to not waste CPU resources, SQL Server put the query into the suspended queue with the page IO latch wait, and waiting the signal from the disk subsystem that page is already in memory. When page is available in RAM, SQL Server put query into the runnable queue and waiting for the scheduler to execute. Then it starts execution. So, and next, very frequent wait called SOS scheduler yield, SOS scheduler yield. This wait does not include suspended queue. This can be considered as a signal wait. And this is the time where query exceed 4 seconds time quantum, and SQL Server have to put it to the runnable queue again. So time spent in this queue will be tracked as a SOS scheduler yield or as a signal wait. And you remember this slide is quite similar to the one I showed you on the operator multitasking, but here I would like to notice one specific to SQL Server thing. So you see, third scheduler is free, but first query was executed on the scheduler number 1. Then it put to the end of the runnable queue. Now, third scheduler is free, query number 1 first in the runnable queue, but SQL Server will not take it. It will take it only when scheduler 1 will be released. So this is some kind of legacy, and now in SQL Server 19, development team made this change for the system queries, like read or thread in the always on. Some system queries can now migrate between the schedulers to choose the least loaded one. But user queries are still use this logic. If query came to the scheduler number 1, it will wait till scheduler number 1 will be free. Yes. So in this case, some schedulers can be overloaded. This is something you can notice, and you can. It's not a lot of things we can do with this, yes. But if we will see this imbalance between schedulers, maybe we need to think how to optimize that queries to not spend so much CPU time. Okay, and now we will check some demo about the waits. Low CPU, high duration. I'm selecting right now 1 million rows from table users. It will take a while. And after it will finish, we will check the execution time. Okay. What we see here, duration is 21 seconds, but CPU time is 2 seconds. So this query is spending mostly all its execution time in the waiting state, in the suspended queue. Right now, in modern SQL servers 2016, 17, 19, we have several options which help us to track these weights much easier than it was before. First of all, the weights can be seen in the weight statistics in the query plan. Query plan will contain that information, which is cool. But if we don't have option to get the query plan, for example, we see the queries in sysdm exec request, we see that query is in the wait state, it's waiting for a while, and we need to track that statistics. We don't have the query plan for that query right now. And in modern SQL Server, we have this view which called dm exec session wait stats. So this is session 69, and let's check the weights. Here we go. There are 4 types of weights, but clearly we see that this is our main problem. So async network I/O. And this is the part on which we should concentrate while optimizing this query. If we will optimize the query itself, we will optimize this part. But if we want to make this query become really fast, we should concentrate on this part. Yes. And what is async network I/O? There are 2 reasons behind this way. First one is slow network. This can be checked with single ping. Yes, if ping is faster than 1 millisecond, you are good, and you should look into another option. If ping is 100 milliseconds or 10 milliseconds, maybe you have issues with network. But in mostly all cases, the reason is the following. We have a table and we do some select query, which selects pretty big amount of rows. Yes, or pretty small amount of rows with this logic in the code. In the code, we have something like this. We open connection and we start reading the rows. In Entity Framework in ADO.NET, we are reading with class SQL Reader, which reading them row by row. And here are several options. First one, we can just do read, and put this data into some array, into some list in the application memory. Yes? And this will be a good solution. But also, we can do something like this. We can do this cycle, and between the reads, we do some logic for that rows we already read. Do some checks, do some validations, maybe passing this data to some other place. How this affects SQL Server execution? SQL Server is not sending all records from here to the application at once. SQL Server do this in batches, yes, TCP/IP packages. And when SQL Server do this, SQL Server send a batch. It don't want to spend CPU time waiting for the application to do some logic inside, yes? So SQL Server put this query to the suspended queue with the wait type async network I/O. And now SQL Server is waiting from the application, from the client, when the client will be ready to get the next batch. When this happens, SQL Server put the query in runnable queue again and send the new batch, and so on and so on. So there can be a lot of async network I/O waits And in this case, you can see that wait time is huge, 20,000, but there were 43,000 waits. So it's doing this over and over again many times. In my case, where these waits are coming from, Management Studio is rendering all these results. So I'm selecting 1 million results. Management Studio is rendering them. And it's taking some time. Yes. In Management Studio, I can cut these weights very easy. I can go to the query options and do this. Discard results after execution. This can be very useful if you are trying to remove these async network IO weights for testing purposes. But if this will come from the application, if these weights are coming from application, so probably application code need to be optimized. Maybe you can do some paging. This is pretty frequent option when you load all data to the application and then show just 20 records. Then next 20, and so on. In this case, it's better to do paging and select just 20 records. And next do the query, which will select also just 20 records. And not selecting all these big data set to the application. Yes? Looks like I did not set this option. Okay. Now my query will become fast. You see now elapsed time is much smaller. So when this comes, async network IO, probably application code need to be optimized. Maybe the reading process, maybe the data size which you are trying to read in the application. Okay, next demo. Also about weights. Low CPU, high duration 2. Let me check this. And for this demo, I will create an extended event session to track the query's execution. Are you using extended events or prefer SQL Profiler? SQL Profiler. I was a big fan of SQL Profiler, and recently I found that for the last probably 3 or 4 years, I never tried to use it.
I use extended events on other services for SQL Profiler and SQL service.
Yeah. So I really encourage you to try extended events and give it a chance. It's really good. So let's call it trace. Trace. I will use. You see now it have even profiler templates. So it's pretty easy to migrate.
If we can bring over from our database to profiler. Probably not, right?
Probably not. Maybe some third-party tools for this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I don't need error reported. I'm as a first level troubleshooting, I usually include just these two events: RPC completed and SQL batch completed. The same as you have in Profiler. First one, track RPC completed, track execution of stored procedures. SQL batch completed, track execution of SQL batches. When you need to go deeper, like you have procedure with 1000 statements and that procedure is slow, you can add RPC completed statements. If you have big batch with several statements, you can add SQL statements, SQL batch completed statements. But at the first set, we are starting just with this high level troubleshooting. Okay, usually I'm adding also this field, which called transaction ID. And this will be an example, this demo will be an example why it is important to get transaction ID in the queries, in the trace. So now I want to track all the queries, so I will not add any filtering here, but usually filtering by duration or database ID are very useful here. Okay, as a data storage, it will be better to use file if it's fine with your workload. For this demo, it will be completely fine. Okay. Let me check. So some UI is not. UI did not show me the file, but it should be here. Okay. I'm running this trace, and now I'm running some workload by CPU low duration. Oh no, we still need to check weights. This will be my query. Not this one. This will be my query. And now I will run some additional workload. Then I'm running the query itself. And query is slow. It's really slow. If I will go to the messages, I will see something like this. CPU time is small, duration is big. What does this mean? It means that query is spending most time in the waiting state. Again, last time we checked the weights from the view. Now let's check them from the query plan. Execution plan, properties, wait stats. Now it's clear. So this query is waiting for lock. Yes, the records which query is reading are blocked. So let's check what happened there. I will stop the trace and I will export my data to the table. To further analysis. It's pretty cool to extended event give you a lot of options to troubleshoot the queries in the UI, but it usually works for the queries which are slow, which has similar duration and CPU time. For more complex cases, it will be good to save it to the table and slice and dice it with queries, try to find some dependencies, some trends. I will save it to the trace table and let's call the table trace 11. Let's say. Okay. And now I will analyze that data with simple query trace 11. I will check transaction. I will get transaction ID, sum of duration, CPU, reads, execution count, and start time, end time. Okay. And I'm grouping everything by transaction ID. Oh, okay. This is my profiler legacy. Looks like these are the names from SQL profiler. So these are our statistics. Choose columns. I will add some data here as well. This is actually the way how I usually do the troubleshooting. sorting by timestamp. And this is my query. CPU time is small, duration is high. Probably it was waiting for something. At the same time, I saw a lot of updates for sales table. And looks like the updates are in the same transaction. Yes. So we can do these checks with sysdm query run logs. We can do these checks with sysdm exec requests and blocking ID column. We can find who is blocking who. In this case, this transaction is blocking our query. And to check the impact of that transaction, we can do this query. We can group by transaction ID, check the duration of transaction, CPU time, and so on. And the results here are very, very interesting. For example, let's check the so here are two transactions. Yes. CPU time is almost zero, very small. Duration 6 milliseconds and 0 milliseconds per second. But if we will check, we will do the difference from the time, execution time of first query in transaction and last query in the transaction, the difference will be huge. 1324 for 10 seconds. Here 14, 22, 6 seconds, or 8 seconds, yes? So this big difference in the transaction may give you a clue that transaction logic is not effective. Maybe application is doing something in between sending queries and that transaction. Maybe there is some latency or these updates are too heavy. And in this case, if we will optimize this transaction, probably we need to go to an application and reduce the time between that updates in the transaction, between the queries and the transaction. If duration or CPU time will be close to the difference between beginning and end of the transaction, in that case, we should break the transaction. We should maybe do some other things. But in this case, we have much more capabilities. And probably the reason is not the transaction itself, but the timing between the queries and the transaction. This time difference is very high. So in this case, transaction queries are really fast. But that time in between them, this is where we need to concentrate our attention, and this is what we need to optimize first. Next, if transaction will still block our queries, maybe we need to check change the isolation level to read committed snapshot, or maybe even use a no log. Maybe we can rewrite our queries to use indexes and become faster. But first of all, in this case, we're troubleshooting the interval between the queries in a transaction. Okay. Let's go to the next part. Next part, high CPU, low duration. Probably you already know what it is, so I will be quick. In SQL Server and multi-threaded query, SQL Server split the query to 4, 6, 8, and more threads. And this is the visualization of Amdahl's law. If single thread in the multi-threaded query executes for 2 seconds, the whole query executes for 2 seconds. If you see some imbalance like this, maybe the data or the query itself can be changed to do these arrows a bit closer. But what's also bad in SQL Server that we have also thread 0, which is calling thread. It doesn't do any work. It's just waiting for all threads to finish, to complete and give the results to the client. And in SQL Server, all these threads are waiting in the 6 packet wait. Yes? Calling thread is waiting in CX packet weight from the beginning till the end, but these are safe CX packet weights. If we see CX packet weights because of thread 0, we are fine. This is just how parallelism works. But these CX packet weights mean that queries inside the query, parallel queries, are waiting, and this is really bad. This means that parallelism is not good enough, and in this case, you need to do some actions. Starting from SQL Server 2016, 2017, SQL Server team make a very good change in this area. Now these weights were divided, and starting from 2017, these bad CX packet weights are still CX packet, but good CX packet weights right now are CX consumer weights. So right now, if you have SQL Server 2017 or 19, and you see high CX packet weights, probably this is because of bad parallelism. Yes, if you see high CX consumer weights, this is fine. This is just parallel query executions. Okay, now we are coming to the demo. And high CPU, low duration. This is just a parallel query. Nothing really good or really bad with it. You just execute the query in several threads. Yes. So CPU time will be higher than the elapsed time. This just means that query is parallel. It doesn't mean that you need to optimize this or not, but it will be good to check a few things. For example, how this query will execute if it will not have parallelism. Will it be better or worse? So, elapsed time right now is higher, but CPU time is much less with one-threaded query. And what can be considered in this case? If your SQL Server problems are about slow queries, probably in this case you have to choose parallel query. But if the main root cause of the bad server performance is overloaded CPU, in this case it will be good to decrease parallelism, to spend less CPU, but have longer duration for some queries. So this is some kind of things considered when you have high CPU load. Maybe some parallel queries can be decreased to max.1. Okay, we have 4 seconds. I have one more demo. I will show it quickly and will explain it quickly. I have a scalar function get username for status. You have already saw one bad thing happening because of scalar function. It killed parallelism. This is the second very bad thing about this function, scalar functions. Let me execute it. It will take about 13 seconds. And maybe even more. And this is what interesting. CPU time and elapsed time huge, 17 seconds. But when we will check what this query is doing, like it scan table statuses one time and do 4,000 logical reads. Can this give us 16 seconds of execution? No, never. Maybe if you have some very, very slow drive, but no, let's say no. In the query, we saw that clustered index scan on table statuses and compute scalar. This is call of scalar function. What's happening inside we don't see here in the query plan. And this is bad because there can be quite big query which do a lot of things, select a lot of rows, do some aggregations. So this is the second bad thing about this query. It doesn't show us a lot of things. It's all encapsulated inside that scalar function operator. But what was done in SQL Server 2019, right now I have SQL Server 2019, but the compatibility level for Twitter database is 2016-17. I set it 2019, execute my query. Right now it executes much faster, and yes, now it's 7 seconds. And you see a bit different pictures. Now we have table users, now we have temporary objects, yes. And CPU time, elapsed time are twice smaller. Execution plan also pretty good, it shows us everything. This is happening because of new feature in SQL Server 2019, which called scalar functions inlining. SQL Server tried to expand this function into the inline function and include the query inside that scalar function as a subquery to our main query. So this gives us good performance, good query plan, but in older version it doesn't work. So the only way here is trying to avoid scalar function usage. Okay, that was considered as a bonus topic, spin logs, but the time is so I need to wrap up my session. So this is something you can check later at home. Spin logs is a special, very special type of logs, which logically can be considered both CPU time, because CPU is just spinning, or wait time, because query is really waiting for something. That happens in very small operations where synchronization needed, like writing, when we set log, SQL Server need to write the hash value to the hash table. Yes, and several threads can try to do this at the same time. And at this point, spin log needed. Putting query to the suspended queue or something like that, mechanism will not work because it's taking too much time. So some very small weights needed here, and that are spin logs. If you have very high spin log rate, maybe it's not good, and you need to contact Microsoft support or trying to do something with your queries. Well, sometimes you can do with that. You can check online and find some articles, but in mostly all cases, you need to go to Microsoft support and check it with them. Okay, that's all for the session. We checked the query execution time, slow queries, and I described my optimization algorithm where we find first level root cause, CPU or wait, second level root cause, what type of wait, is it parsing or compile time or execution time, and then based on that data, based on that analysis, we do some optimizations to the queries, to the application, database, or system resources. There are several upcoming events: Global AI Back Together Bulgaria 2021, Azure MVP Unplugged 5th edition October 21, and GS Talks Bulgaria 2021, which are good, really good events to come, I think. Thank you to our sponsors, and thank you for attending my session. Thank you.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
So we can start. And first, welcome everyone. This session is about Power BI second generation, Power BI embedded second generation. We will talk a little bit not only about improvements, but also about some specific things related to new implemented features in Power BI. And we will talk also about reporting, relatively new paginated reports and how it performs with premium capacity. So, few things about me. I'm Mihail Mateev from Bulgaria, co-organizer of this event, and also enthusiast speaking on Microsoft Azure probably more than 10 years. it will be very important to say again thank you to our partners, because this event is not possible to be done without our partners. And we are very glad that we have their support. Suppose that we will continue many more events together with these companies. What we are considering in this session, a little more details about embedded analytics, Power BI embedded. It is something which is not pretty new, but it is good to say some main things again. It is good to discuss about some use cases, about licensing, what is improvement in second generation of Power BI embedded, and what is new in general in Power BI premium capacity. We will talk about how everything works, and I will share some samples with paginated reports and different ways to share Power BI content. So, let's start with what is embedded analytics. Embedded analytics is actually this functionality which is related to analytics functionalities in Power BI, which can be provided like additional resource for different solutions with analytics in Azure, which Power BI provides to make some calculations and analytic processing faster for different solutions. Why we need this intent? Why we need to have such kind of functionalities? Data analytics is actually related to quite high demand for computing resources. And regarding to this, if you have some reports with many users, many changes, you need to have these analytics available also like computing. To be possible to do this, you need to have actually dedicated resources for this purpose. What is currently situation? Usually specialists often use different software, different types of software to have end-to-end flow, including data analytics. And with solutions like Power BI, embedded and premium, you are able to have end-to-end flows in custom solutions or business applications, including these analytics. And it is possible to have one environment to have actually data processing plus different things related to preset of your data, visualization, and some other things. So regarding to this, it is much simpler for people who work with one solution, with one environment, with the same user interface, than to use different softwares, first to create such kind of data structure, after that to process some analytics, and after that to arrange some reports and to distribute. It is possible to make everything in the same flow. This is the main idea to have embedded analytics. But embedded analytics has several contexts, and this is something which we will talk in this presentation. Why? Power BI is analytics platform which can be used separately, like separate platform, but it can be integrated. So how it works? Power BI actually allows to create different reports, and after that to use these reports in different way. If you are using in third-party applications or in custom applications this content, it is exactly Power BI embedded. Power BI embedded is also something which is considered in several different ways. To embed in your application Power BI report visually and to embed in the whole flow Power BI as also embedded analytics functionality are slightly different things. To embed reports in your application, you can use different approaches to use these analytics for the whole workflow. You can use Power BI with premium capacity, which is possible to be in several ways. To use Power BI embedded, which is purely Azure resource, or to use Power BI premium subscription, which now is used in two different ways. Power BI premium for organizations on subscription level and Power BI premium for users, which is relatively new, implemented actually at the beginning of this year. So we will talk about all these details and what exactly we have like benefits. So if we are able to have custom solutions, we need to have often for reporting, BI, and different types of analytics, functionalities related to how to process these reports and how to perform these reports in our applications using third-party applications or using some framework which is possible to be embedded into whole your concept. So Power BI embedded allows to embed your Power BI content in different types of application. And if you have custom applications, you can use these Power BI functionalities instead to make custom development. Custom development for analytics solutions is quite complex task, and usually implementation is very difficult and requires a lot of specific knowledge and effort. So we need often to have applications with data visualization, attractive functionalities with specific user experience. It is possible to make it with Power BI embedded in your applications. Developers can do this pretty simple using Power BI, and they can have direct queries to our data sources. It is additionally very useful that all these functionalities with Power BI as part of Azure as embedded service is possible to be deployed as part of all your applications using ARM templates or third-party solutions, like, for example, different CI/CD technologies. Power BI embedded as Azure resource is also similar to what you know from other Azure services. It is based on pay-as-you-go approach, so you will pay for what you use, and it is paid by consumption but hourly. Why? Because to create this infrastructure you need some time. So let's go with some use cases because we are with limited time. You are able to use embedded analytics in different places. You are able to make it in custom applications, web applications. You are able to make it in desktop applications, in Office 365, and in different business applications, mostly in the Microsoft stack. Regarding to what kind of subscription you are using, you can have this embedding out of the box, or with some additional development, but limited development, low-code development, not required significant effort, and the main analytics functionalities are offered from Power BI. This is the main idea. For custom applications, it is possible to use all options with Power BI embedded analytics. Here you are able to use Power BI embedded plus Azure Service, Power BI Premium in these two different types of subscriptions per user or for your organization, capacity based. It is possible to embed your Power BI content into desktop applications. You need to do this out of the box. You can do this out of the box with premium subscriptions, and with embedded version of Power BI service, it is possible to make it with very limited development, creating web components which can host your reports. In Office 365, Power BI Premium subscriptions can be used for embedding without any development, just with designer features for your applications. But for Power BI embedded as Azure service, you need to use similar approach like for desktop applications. For other business applications, we have different cases. It is case by case. Microsoft Dynamics and most of modern business applications from Microsoft offer embedding of Power BI content directly if you have premium subscription. Otherwise, you need to have some workaround with custom development and web components. We have a very detailed explanation in Microsoft documentation regarding to different types of subscriptions. You will be able to see the link after presentation. Because of specifics of the streaming now, I prefer to not switch into web content where we have in details everything, and to continue with Power BI Premium. What exactly is Power BI Premium and what is different from Power BI Embedded? Power BI Embedded, as I explained, is Azure implementation of Power BI Premium in the context of Azure service. You cannot use Power BI Premium subscription only if you have Azure subscription. You need to pay for this subscription in similar way like you will pay for Office 365 subscription. Nowadays, it is possible to have two different types of Power BI Premium subscriptions, and we will talk a little bit later for this. To access content which is in your local network, it is absolutely workable to use Power BI Gateway. So you are able to use Power BI embedded capacity in all these options to expose also data which is used locally using Power BI Gateway. It works. Role-based security and everything which you know about Power BI in general as good practices regarding to modern security is applicable also for Power BI Premium capacity. Doesn't matter if it is Power BI Embedded or Power BI Premium. In general, it is more important to know about the difference. Power BI Premium is for enterprises mostly, and on subscription level for Power BI Premium capacity, you can buy different tiers for Power BI Premium for your organization. Nowadays, we have also Power BI Premium per user, which is important to have higher capacity for your published reports only related to your user. It is more cost-effective options, relatively new. We will talk also about this. Power BI Premium is software as a service. You manage details about how you will pay, how you will actually set up your subscription in a very similar way like you manage your Office 365 subscription. And if we talk about different types of capacity, excluding Power BI Premium per user, we have here three different groups. Power BI Embedded, mostly for embedding in custom applications. Power BI Premium capacity for organizations is split per two groups of tasks. Embedding tasks, where we have the same like Power BI Embedded, like Azure Service, plus including of reports for Teams, SharePoint, and Dynamics. If you are going into Power BI Premium capacity for premium schools, higher levels, you can make embedding also in different types of applications from Microsoft, but you are able to share any content via powerbi.com. So you are able to provide for free users whatever you want from your Power BI content. Of course, you can use all security features which are allowed, but you can share with a limited number of users your content. If we are going into SharePoint and Teams, Dynamics, Microsoft Business Applications, in this case, we have limited resources regarding to user access. Only users belonging to your organization can access these reports. This is the most important related to these three groups. Regarding to capacity to computing, we have equal options like amount of processing and memory which is used, but regarding to where you can embed your reports and how to do it, we have these three differences. And payment is also with some details. For Power BI Embedded, you need to pay only for whatever you really spend on hourly basis. If you run your Power BI Embedded service, you will pay for the highest star used in specific hour. But even for 5 minutes you are using this service, and after that pause it, you will pay for the whole hour. So granularity of the payment is per hour. If you are using embedding schools, that means Power BI Premium for the lower tiers, you need to have annual commitment. That means your subscription can be changed yearly, but you will pay monthly. You have some kind of reserve capacity, and you need to have commitment per year that you will pay for this. If you have premium schools for Power BI Premium, you will pay monthly for your subscription, but you are able on monthly basis to change this because these subscriptions actually require a lot of resources, and it is a relatively expensive service if we are using premium schools. This is the main idea how we can compare A schools, which is Azure Power Embedded service option for embedded analytics, MSCOs, which is lower TARs for Power BI Premium, and PSCO, which is hard level service. It is possible to assign to specific workspace your premium capacity. Doesn't matter how you actually create this capacity using Power BI as Power BI embedded Azure service, or if you are using Power BI Premium on subscription level. You can assign this Power BI embedded capacity to specific workspaces in Power BI. This is something which need to be clearly understandable from people who use Power BI embedded capacity. We have 3 groups of schools for organizations plus Power BI Premium per user, which we will also mention a little bit later. We have some kind of comparison regarding to resources. I will show this a little bit later. There is no hard limit. That means actually when you reach the limit of your TAR, your subscription will offer you much lower performance for your reports, but you will not receive immediately some throttling messaging. So you will be not just rejected. Your solutions will start to work very slowly. There are different specific KPIs in Power BI Embedded Analytics. No hard limit related to real performance, but you have limited resources about CPU, memory, and direct queries, which are using. Usually, functionalities in your Power BI content related to different analytics around reporting, like slicing, filtering, requires CPU and memory. Imagine that you publish one report and 100 people start to make different requests. These different requests will require some analytics resource, some computing and memory from the server side. This is exactly what we named embedded capacity. If you are using Power BI just with Pro license, you will be able to create Power BI report. You will be able to share it with your colleagues, but you are not able to share a report which will be used together in parallel mode with many people and to perform reasonable. Just this is the main difference when you consider why you need such kind of embedded capacity. For very typical reports without specific features, just you are not able to have report used from several users for more complex analytics, and this report to perform with good speed. And from another side, we will see there are some specific features, like, for example, paginated reports, which are used only in case if you have embedded capacity. This is the main idea. And you are able, of course, to take a look at some comparison regarding to the cost using main options. You have for Power BI, for different TARs, 6 main, for different types of Power BI embedded capacity, 6 general TARs, and nowadays we have 2 more not included here in this table, which are even more powerful. In standard TARS, you have between 1 and 32 cores and different cost per hour. We will talk a little bit later how we split this, because it is more important also to understand that all these virtual cores are actually split in specific case for the backend side and to the front end. And it is good to know what we understand in Power BI embedded capacity as front end and back end, because it is slightly different than what we understand about this in typical applications. So we will take a look also at premium capacity and schools, or so named embedding schools. You see that it is pretty similar. It is lower 3 tiers, and it is a little bit cheaper because you have commitment to use this subscription yearly. So if you have this commitment, of course, you will have slightly different numbers regarding to what you will have like monthly payment. If you need more powerful applications, of course, you will need higher TARs. And for higher TARs, you need to pay more. For premium schools, the P1, which is equal to A4, comes immediately with 8 virtual cores, 25 gigabytes of RAM, and initially when people start to browse and to search for Power BI embedded, they see this and say, well, how expensive is this? But there are some details, because depending on what you want and how you set up your embedded capacity, you can optimize your solution, and you can have Power BI embedded capacity on reasonable price. That is the reason to have partially focusing this presentation also in the context of licenses and how we pay for this. If we are using premium school per organizations, it is something which is commitment for these resources on monthly basis, and it is relatively expensive for small applications, but it is something which can be shared in your organizations for many workspaces. So you are able to use this embedded capacity for organizations with hundreds and thousands of people, where these people will use this advantage. It is reasonable for organizations in a reasonable scale, of course. Nowadays, there is improvement of Power BI embedded so-named generation 2. It is not now in preview. I apologize for this preview in my slides. It is actually general available, and we have improved scalability, improved security, and options without downtime actually to change cars. Plus, it is actually also implemented in the same way like latest settings available for Power BI Premium per user. So we will take a look a little bit later how we create such kind of workspaces, because you need to upgrade your existing workspaces for second generation. I will mention several things about Power BI embedded architecture, mostly to provide insights about several important moments when we are using Power BI embedded. First, when we create applications with Power BI embedded, you are able to have embedded content and embedded capacity. Embedded capacity is related to what we are discussing with different tasks. Embedded content is split in two different areas. Embedded content in custom applications you can create in different way. You can create even with normal Pro license, but you will be not able to use it for several users in parallel with performing reasonable, because capacity is limited. When you have embedded capacity, you have options to publish reports for parallel usage from different users, and these users can make relatively complex, require a lot of resources analysis. Embedded content for specific business applications related to Microsoft Stack, from another hand, is related to this Power BI premium subscription if you don't want to have custom implementations. So embedded capacity is one of the things. Embedded content for specific business applications comes for free without development for premium subscriptions for Power BI. But these are two different things. When we are going to the high-level overview, we have actually web front-end cluster and back-end cluster. What means this? Power BI Power BI infrastructure, which you are using, doesn't matter what kind of subscription you have, is split to these two groups. And if you're using Power BI, you need to be authenticated. So you need to be authenticated, and for this is used embedded capacity. Embedded capacity, identity management is related to Azure Active Directory. How it works when you are using Power BI from random location. From random location, if you're using Power BI and type, for example, powerbi.com or some applications using, you will be redirected to the closest region where is deployed a Power BI web front end. It is set of functionalities as services which we are using initially for Power BI to authenticate, to download static content. Static content is related to different scripts which are loaded out of the box, Power BI components which are used for different types of diagrams and such kind of things, because all images, scripts, and other types of content should be known. And after that, you are redirected to specific backend cluster, where is your real analytics capacity which you are using. This is the specific, and how it works in the whole flow we will see in the next steps. As I explained, for web front cluster, your application using traffic manager is connected to the closest location. Identity management is implemented based on the Azure components, Azure Active Directory. Via Azure CDN, you receive in your application static content. And after that, for some requests where you need to have queries providing specific filtering, slicing, and different operations, you need to go to the backend. If you create in Azure Power BI embedded service, with specific premium capacity, you will be redirected to location where you created this service, which is configured in your Power BI subscription. What happens with Power BI Premium subscriptions if it is for your organization? By default, if your Power BI Premium is created, by default, if you don't change some things, your subscription should be created in the closest region to your location when you create this subscription. But nowadays it is possible to have multi-region deployments also for Power BI Premium. So you have options to configure it, set up this. I'm just sharing that default location is closest to your when you create such kind of subscription. How it works in general? Your application initially is authenticated, downloaded static content, and it receives actually the endpoint and credentials to be connected to the backend cluster. You have here Azure API management, standard Azure component used for API management, and your application actually interact with Azure API management. After that, you have one service. We can name it, it is with this name in official Microsoft documentation, gateway role. This gateway role actually is the only one accessible from outside service. Everything which Power BI is using as analytics, like access to data, access to uploaded in Azure storage content and some other things, is protected. So you have different services responsible for different functionalities, and you access these services indirectly, while this service in front of your firewall, on firewall of internal firewall for Power BI, which is acting as gateway role. This is the main flow, and you have typical components from Azure Stack. Power BI is built only on top of typical components. You have no custom specific, very different service. Power BI use these components as Azure service. Well, when we have Power BI Premium as subscription for your organization, it is pretty similar. Just you have dedicated for your organization long-term cluster, especially for the backend. For the front end, web front end, it is shared, but for the backend, it is dedicated. And this is important to be understood. We have in the backend one cluster, which is some kind of master cluster, and by this cluster you are accessing your dedicated deployed cluster, which is related to your subscription. It works in this way. And this structure, if you are using Azure Power BI Embedded Service, is actually such kind of resource from Power BI embedded deployment, which is used for period of time. It is not only for you created, but if you are using Power BI Premium subscription, this cluster is dedicated for your organization. And these parts of services, Azure SQL database is related to metadata, Azure Blob is related to your content uploaded into Power BI. I mentioned for Power BI Premium, it is possible to have multi-region deployment. What is the difference in authentication? Usually, when you have an organization, you need to have this flow where via traffic manager, you are redirected to the closest Azure region and some data centers. You are authenticated in the following way. You need to go to your organization page in one or another way and to log in. If you are using Power BI embedded, usually end users have no need to know about your organization structure if you want to expose this content in custom applications. If you expose this content into business applications of Microsoft, you need to have this flow, so you are redirected to a specific entry point where you need to authenticate yourself. This is the main difference when you have Power BI embedded content for custom applications and when you have Power BI embedded content for Microsoft business applications. It is possible to make this also for custom applications, but it is necessary to proceed in this way. So you can expose Power BI content to as many users as you want, and you can control permissions based on your own role-based access control. Doesn't matter if it will be related to Azure Identity Management with Azure Active Directory or in different way. And this is absolutely same flow as flow which we discussed also for Power BI embedded custom applications. Let's go into some details related to Power BI embedded capacity. How exactly users will interact and what kind of resources are dedicated to analytics and dedicated to some general functionalities. Let's go into this scheme. We are seeing here some standard level. I added here relatively new, I think from last year, P4 and P5 TARs, mostly for big organizations where you can have up to 128 virtual cores and how it is actually split. You have half of your virtual cores related to the web front end. So be aware that for analytics, you are using only 50% of this compute capacity, which is mentioned in your Power BI subscription tab. For front end, it is also always shared. Why? Because most of functionality related to web frontend are related to login, custom client authentication, and of course providing of link to static content with CDN, analyzing user permissions and providing the link to backend cluster. This is the main functionality of the web front end. For the backend cluster, you have all this computing, which is responsible for slicing, filtering, and other functionalities around real work around analytics in your Power BI. So you are paying for these resources. About your memory, you can see also how it is distributed. It is not in reality very clear from the model, but it is a memory which is also as total memory usage which you need. Direct connections, which can be live per second, is some kind of hard limitation. So you are not able to have with some kind of lower task, for example, 100 direct connections. You are able to have very complex analytics task, and it will work slow, but it is not possible to connect to 100 sources if you have, for example, A1 or A2 subscription. You have also metrics related to how many times you can refresh your model for the same timeline. Let's consider also multi-tenancy implementation. Quite often, if you're using Power BI embedded capacity, because embedded capacity is not a cheap resource, it can be used also for different organizations. How we can use this? One of the possible options is to have multi-tenancy based on workspaces. You are assigning workspace. You are assigning capacity, of course, per workspace. It is feature of Power BI, and you can restrict permissions regarding to some criteria in the same organizations or different organizations. But theoretically, it is possible to have isolated on the workspace level tenants, which can use the same subscription, especially for embedded analytics. For authentications, it is different story, which stay more complex, but regarding to analytics resources, it is in this way. If you are using row level security, which is standard for Power BI, it is possible to assign based on some criteria for part of your sources, specific permissions, and you can have actually multi-tenancy and different permissions even for the same workspaces with the same reports. Some of users from one organization or substructure can see part of the data for the same report, and other people can see, for example, rest of the data. This is, in general, the idea how you are able to implement multi-tenancy. Let's now go to several samples. In the past, I've implemented samples with embedding of custom content in different applications. So now I will be more focused not on embedding of Power BI content in custom applications, which is demonstrated several times, but I will be more focused on how we can assign embedded capacity into Power BI workspace if we are using premium, if we are using, for example, Power BI embedded, or if we have some specific reports required premium capacity, like paginated reports. So I will change sharing for a while. I will open Azure Management Portal. It will, okay. And because it will need changing of the sharing, now I will do it again with this fiction. So, Power BI embedded into Microsoft Azure. It is something which you can create as any other Azure resource. I have prepared Power BI embedded services. Just will try to show some specifics. Data Saturday Sofia. We can change here the tire. It is actually the smaller one. Imagine you see here that your name. Okay. The case is that resource name should has lowercase later. So I will do it in this way. Hopefully it will work. Okay. You see 3 gigabytes here of memory. From these 3 gigabytes, actually half of gigabyte is from the web front end and 2.5 gigabytes are from the backend analytics cluster. Just some details which I'm providing. You need to have for Power BI embedded administrator who is part of default identity management tenant for your Azure subscription. That means default Azure Active Directory. But this account should have at least Power BI Pro license assigned. It is not possible to publish reports and to manage it if you have here administrator who is not with at least Pro license. With free license, it doesn't work. So most of the things are relatively typical. You have no need in the beginning to make anything specific. You can add some tags important mostly for DevOps and for deployment like Azure resource. But at the end, you can just create this resource. I have already several created. So I have several created and I would like to show also several things. You see now that I have in Power BI available one subscription and another one will be available pretty soon because it is setting up. But we will go back to Power BI after 2 minutes probably. Let's first go back to our Power BI embedded. Well, in Azure. So you can see if I'm going and filter Power BI embedded resources, type will be Power BI embedded. Power BI embedded. Okay. The following things. We have services already created. These services can be paused. When these services are paused, actually you will not pay for this, but it is on a hourly basis. If you turn on for 5 minutes each hour your Power BI service, you will pay for all these hours. So you will spend all this time in general, all this money without any cost savings. What will happen if we change the TAR? Because it is possible to change the TAR of your Power BI service. You will pay for the highest TAR used in specific hour for the whole hour. So if we are moving from A1 to A2 for 5 minutes for 1 hour, but the rest is A1, you will pay for A2 for the whole hour in general. So this is something which is relatively important. How we can get this Power BI embedded capacity into Power BI subscription. I will go first into Power BI powerbi.com again. I'm using several subscriptions and will show some things. Power BI can be assigned embedded capacity into the workspace level. But you need to have, and here I am open this, you need to have for Power BI admin settings related to what kind of Power BI embedded Azure service you will use, for example, and what kind of Power BI premium subscription for your organization you will use if you have Power BI premium for your organization. For Power BI embedded, if we go here, you can see specific services where capacity administrator is the same user which we are using to log in here in Power BI, and this user is at least with Pro license. This is the main point. And you can use this capacity to assign it to specific workspace. For example, here we have two possible options. If we go to workspaces, I already assigned to one of the spaces Power BI premium capacity in different way. When you have assigned premium capacity, you have such kind of diamond. We can go to workspace settings, and for premium, you can see Pro, premium per user. Premium per user is relatively new. You can pay premium for your user, which is fixed price per month during the time. I mean, you can pay it on the monthly basis, and you will have premium features for your user, but not for the whole organization. You have embedded. If you choose embedded, you can choose services which are related to your organization. So you are able to choose one of these services. For example, and you will see now in your workspaces that this workspace also has this kind of premium capacity inside. Now, because we have no time, we are a little bit after the schedule, for 2 minutes, just few things about paginated reports. Paginated reports is a relatively new feature where you can have multi-page report in Power BI. In the past, Power BI offered, based on different tabs, like pages in virtual interface, good point. Apologize for this. Even I will try. No, it is only this option. Okay. So you can make multi-page reports where you have option to provide reports based on some criteria with as many as you want pages, with parameters, with filtering, and everything. For example, now I will just show several things. For example, here I'm using data from Azure Data Lake, where I'm presenting some information about Azure Data Lake content. Power BI can present almost any type of content, so I'm trying to show you how we will have multi-page report. Of course, it is already prepared with Designer, so you can see here different pages you are able in Power BI desktop to see how it works, and you are able in design mode to publish this report. And you are able to publish this report into specific, for example, workspace. After that, you will be able to have this functionality also into Power BI web client, powerbi.com. So I will go into this solution and I will show you the same thing already with created parameters where you can have paginated report. You are able to print this report, to download this report. You have a really good feature, but it requires premium capacity. Premium capacity is necessary to use this feature. To summarize, Power BI embedded capacity is capacity which you can use to have really huge, important analytics, computing and memory related resources into your applications. Power BI embedded capacity can be used in two different ways. Using Azure resources from your Azure subscription with Power BI embedded Azure service, or using Power BI premium subscriptions. Power BI premium subscriptions are subscriptions based on capacity for your organizations. We had this in the slides. And Power BI, which is related to specific user, is something new. Power BI premium capacity per user, which is paid by user account, and it is also possible to be used. Embedding of Power BI reports and different content into application is something which is related to Power BI embedded analytics, but it is not the same. Embedding of Power BI content into custom applications is related to usage of specific SDK for Power BI embedded, and directly or indirectly using Power BI app API service. Embedding of content into your applications can be done for custom applications with or without embedded capacity, but for production, you need to have embedded capacity, because otherwise only one user can, with relatively good performance, to see this content. Embedding of Power BI content into Microsoft business applications without custom coding or with limited effort is related to Power BI premium subscriptions. And if you need to have no-code approach to embed these reports in SharePoint, Dynamics, Office applications, then you need to buy premium subscription for your organization. This is the most important which I want to share. For Power BI embedded second generation, you have significant improvement regarding to flexibility, scalability, security, and performance. You need to upgrade your old Power BI services in Azure to second generation. It is absolutely transparent. You can do it even during the time when service is running, and you can make this for all your Power BI embedded services. I really hope that you will start to use Power BI embedded capacity in one or another way, because it is a modern approach to have analytics in your workloads and it is something which can help your organizations to minimize the effort for some complex flows and to be possible to have these analytics included in different applications instead to use for some tasks one application, for other tasks other applications, and to need your colleagues to know several applications instead one user interface. Thank you very much for attendance, and hope that we will have discussions about Power BI soon with new features, more complex cases, and everything which is interesting for you. Thanks again. We need to draw the winner.
I think we promised a couple of prizes. I think Callie gave one away. The other one, we will review the emails that came through, and the first one that we get with the correct answer, how much we will arrange for delivery of. And there's also the raffle prize. So if I could ask for an impartial volunteer from the audience to draw out one of the entries. Anybody? Go on, somebody.
Antoine. No, Anton.
Vidic. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll make a good use of that in Ukraine.
Need to have photos probably.
Okay.
No.
Yes, we can. I like hammock.
I like smile.
Smile. So, thank you very much for the support, for everything. Thank you again for attendance, and hope to see you soon again. Good evening, and we will have next month many other events, and we will have AI event after 2 weeks. We will provide additional information about this. So, good night and see you soon.